How's it going, everybody? I think I had a little bit of a technical difficulty there on the start. I wasn't really sure if the stream was running, but hopefully it should be running now. And I can already see I got my buddy Eric, Pool Guy Simpson 29 from Canada in here, and Tristan from South Africa. How's it going? Roopster, what's going on, man? Hope everybody's having a lovely weekend. My week has pretty much been long and exhausting. Wasn't exactly sure if I wanted to go live tonight since I just published a video on Tristan, actually. So be sure to go and check out that video. Hey, how's it going, Wolf? Jack, how's it going? Thanks everybody for being here tonight. I think this is definitely going to be one of those, like, we got to achieve the goal before we cut off the stream or something. Like, it's one of these, like, do or die moments kind of thing where I've been trying this for so long. I get so close, and then I just barely end up coming short on the goal of trying to score between 81 through 99. I've actually been practicing my 10 ball breaks quite often these past couple of weeks. So I'm kind of looking forward to maybe doing some 10 ball ghost play instead of 9 ball ghost play. But I'd rather complete this goal first before I do something new. So hopefully I do it tonight. I'm going to be at this for quite a few hours like I've done before. So if we happen to finish early, then maybe we can just do something for fun. But otherwise, let's just see how everything goes. Let's see. I see we have Jesus Muniz. Thanks for stopping by. GM Parkug. I've been seeing that you've been commenting on some of my stuff lately. So it's good to see you again. Tristan, I'm really happy to see that the advice that I gave you in your last video you found helpful and stuff. I know it was quite a long time before I finally got to your video because I think you submitted it back in like October or November, but that's just how far behind I was at trying to do everything. As I've explained before, I didn't just want my YouTube channel just have pool coaching lesson after pool coaching lesson after pool coaching lesson. So I tried to divide it out to where like one week I would do a coaching lesson and next week I would do something else, and then maybe try to do another coaching lesson or maybe one of my APA matches or one or the other. But trying to juggle all that to figure out when I'm going to publish what on top of just regular work and my actual pool leagues and tournaments and everything else, the schedule just got really hectic and I ended up falling tremendously behind. Well, looks like everybody's already starting to post some racks that they want me to try to run. Let's see here. Hey, Cease, my weekend's been really good. Really good. Thanks for asking. I really do appreciate that. It's just normal stuff. Usually, the weekends is when I try to actually put out new YouTube content, whether it's a live stream or whether it's an actual recorded video. I don't know if y'all saw that I recently just got into publishing some shorts. I didn't actually think I was going to get into doing that. I figured that's what TikTok was for, but I don't have a TikTok. But then I kind of started coming up with an idea of where I think using shorts would be relevant. I figured I can start trying to use them maybe for like trailers for future videos to come. Maybe even for some really fast, quick trick shots or something. But so far the two that I've published, they served their purpose, and I actually really enjoyed making them. The only thing I didn't enjoy was recording them on my phone. I would rather record them from my computers if I can. So it's taken me a bit of research to figure out how to do that because it can be done. It's just trying to render the video in 1080 by 1920, which is basically a vertical format, whereas your phone, you can instantly record in a vertical format. So I'm hoping the next couple of shorts that I can actually publish here in the near future, I can actually do with my phone, because then that way the audio will actually be good. The audio is good in those last two shorts because I recorded them separately using my digital recording device. So that means I have to do some actual editing afterwards, and then try to get it back into my phone, and then actually upload it to YouTube as a YouTube short. So a little bit of work to actually accomplish what I was wanting, but after some research, I think hopefully it's going to be easier from here on out. Tristan, you think that you're now a skill level 6? Well, the only reason why I said that you were a 4 was based on what I saw that you played, and that was months ago, right? So if you feel that you've drastically improved on that, I mean, that's freaking awesome. I would have to see whether or not if you would actually play as a skill level 6 in APA, let alone I would have to see it at up against an actual opponent. Right? There's only so much information I can actually gather, or one could actually gather, just by watching a single individual play by themselves. Right? You're not having to try to get out of kick shots. I only got to watch 2 racks, so I don't know how often you're breaking dry or what type of runouts you're doing. And you're saying that you can do 5 or 6 balls in a row now, which is good. But in a game of 8 ball, there's 8 balls that you have to run. So if you're only doing 5 or 6, you're still falling short. And if you actually fall short in running in an 8 ball rack, then a higher skill level player is just going to clear the rest of the table because you've cleared off 5 or 6 obstacles that are on the table for that opponent, making their run out a little bit easier. Right. So if it's true, like this is good, I would really like to see that. So if you saw at the end of the video, I mentioned about my Facebook group that I created. Feel free to check that out, and of course, join it, and then post any of your other videos that you'd like to have, future critiques or whatever. Or if you actually get a buddy and you actually want to play like a quick race to 3, and you want to put it up there for everybody to critique, I mean, feel free to do so. And that goes the same for everybody else, because after I can get the videos that me, Nate, and Demetrius are supposed to review, I don't really want to take any new submissions for quite some time, so that way I can really start working on some of my other ideas that I have for the channel as far as producing content. But I still want to be able to help people out. I want to be able to review people's games and stuff and give them some type of advice or whatever. But that's why I created that Facebook group for myself and the community members to help each other out. So it's not just me doing all the work like how I'm doing all the work now, just making YouTube content for myself. I have help, and I think this is going to be better for everybody in the long run. So let's get this show underway. What do you say, huh? I already have 3 rack patterns that people have given me. I've got one from Persistent Wolf Billiards. Tristan has given me one, and I'm probably going to butcher this name. Jabro Journey has given me one. So I'm still waiting for 2 more to come in. So once I get those 2 other patterns, then I will begin the show. So give me numbers 1 through 9, put the 1 up front, the 9 in the middle, and then shuffle all the numbers in between, and that'll be the pattern rack that I would use on that particular set when I get there. And I just need 2 more, because I typically take 5. And if I don't accomplish my goal with any of these 5 racks, depending upon how late it is and how I actually feel, I probably will do a 6th set with my preferred rack pattern, and then we'll just see how the night goes from there. Let's see, Matt Hall, I don't think that's a valid pattern. It looks like you're missing a ball. Well, that looks better on your next one there. Let's take a look at this one. Roopster, I see your pattern. And Matt Hall, it looks like you were missing the 8 ball. So I'm going to put that in the back of the rack. So that way I'm still using your pattern. Yes, exactly. I just caught it. And Roopster, I have your pattern. Okay, so we've got 5 patterns for tonight. Actually, Roopster, there's something wrong with your pattern. You're reusing numbers. So I will use your pattern, but I fixed it. So Roopster, I see your pattern as 156 794 238, with the 8 being in the back. Jabber, you're wanting to know if my garage has an AC. It does. There's a mini split in here for controlling both heat and cooling. I'll show that at the towards the end of the stream, so that way I can actually like pan my cameras around and whatnot. But let's get this show on the road, shall we? We're gonna start with Persistent Wolf Billiards pattern rack, which is 167 293 458. And as you can see, I moved the scoreboard down to the bottom, so that way when I'm actually standing at the head of the table, you can actually see me, because I did watch the last stream and my head was cut off because of the scoreboard. So I figured it better for the scoreboard to be at the bottom. So we can see that the 9 ball is going to be off the, or not the 9 ball, the 3 ball is going to be off the table, since that's the wing ball. There's a couple of things that I'm definitely trying to make sure I pay attention to, and that's to make sure that I actually give myself a good rack, even though I'm using a template rack. Okay. So for those that are new to my channel, or that are new to this live stream, what I'm going to be doing is playing through 9 racks of 9 ball with a scoring system. I'm only going to be mentioning a couple of scoring systems because they're the most common ones that you're going to see from me, and that is I break a rack of 9 ball and I have to satisfy the 3-point rule, and that is by getting 3 of the object balls to touch the head string from where I'm going to be breaking from. And if they don't satisfy that, then I have to try to break again, and if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule on a second attempt, then I end up scoring 0. It doesn't matter if I make a ball or not. Obviously, making a ball just means that the rack hopefully will be easier because there's just less balls to run. But if I satisfy the 3-point rule, then I have an option to take ball in hand or not take ball in hand. If I take ball in hand in an attempt to run the table and I'm successful, I'll have a score of 9. If I don't take ball in hand and run the table, then I'll have a score of an 11. And then obviously if I miss, then the only points that I'll get balls for are the balls that I made. Those are the typical scores that you're going to see. You should hardly ever see me do a golden break, and that is making the 9 ball on the break, which is worth 7 points if I decide to take it, because I do have the option of spotting the 9 ball and then trying to either play for a 9 or 11 with or without ball in hand. And like I said, there's a couple of other scores that you can actually do in this, but you're not going to see them from me, not with the way that I play the ghost. So let's see how this first set is going to go. Typically, I've had a reputation of the first set is like a warm-up set, and I don't really put up a decent score, and then I start getting better and better throughout the night. Okay, so as you can see, I made a ball on the break. That also counts as a point to the 3-point rule. And then the 1 ball and the 2 ball have crossed over the head string, so they clearly touch the head string. So therefore, I have satisfied the 3-point rule. So now I can decide whether or not if I want to take ball in hand and go for an 11, or do I want to take ball in hand and maybe go for a 9. And considering this is just the start, let's go ahead and just start a little slowly get a little warmed up. We'll take ball in hand. And we can look at the entire layout of the table and almost plan a complete run out, because we know that I can play the 1 here, the 2 here, the 4 here, the 5 here, and then possibly play the 6 down here, and the 7 can either go into the side or the corner depending upon how I get from the 6. 8 probably goes here, and then we'll see about the 9 ball. Let's see here. So we're just gonna double check what the cue ball is gonna look like after making the 4 to see what kind of shot I have on the 5. And it looks like I might want to draw back slightly so that way I don't have to worry about touching the 8 ball. That might be enough. I could have drew back just a little bit more. Ooh, now I have to back cut the 6. So that changes what I'm going to do with the 7 ball. Oh, I hit that a little too hard. Okay, so that's off to a good start. That was a 9, and I do have to try to remember whether or not I take ball in hand or I don't take ball in hand. I think during my last live stream, I gave myself an 11 when I was actually only supposed to take a 9. But so far, so good. Try to stay consistent here. Let's see. I was actually looking at some of the comments here. I'll get back to them after the set. 1, 6, 7, 2, 9, 3, and 4, 5, 8. There we go. All right, first rack was a success. Let's see what we can do with the second one. Oh, that doesn't look like it'll satisfy the 3-point rule, and it doesn't. If I'd at least made another ball or this 8 ball would have came down here, then I would have been okay. So I'll have one more chance to break for the second rack and try to satisfy the 3-point rule, which means I'm probably going to hit the rack a little bit harder. I currently have a very finesse way that I like to hit the rack. As if you've seen my master breaking the 9-ball rack video, you should know that I have a pretty good understanding of where all 9 balls are going to be after the break the majority of the time. All right, so let's make sure we satisfy the 3-point rule this time. We're just going to try to hit slightly harder. Okay, that's much better. Now, we have position on the 1 ball, so I don't have to use ball in hand. I can try to go for an 11 here. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I think that I hit that a little too soft, but I mean, this is manageable. I was actually hoping to be like right about here. And just being a little bit closer makes the shot a little bit easier. Slow down. So, and like that one would be a score of an 11 since I didn't take ball in hand after the break. Okay, I keep forgetting what the back of the racket. 4, 5, 8. Okay, I should be able to remember that. 1. Yeah, the balls are basically in numerical order. 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 8. I should be able to remember that. Okay, we're good on the break there. Usually, whatever ball is in the back of the rack, which was the 8 ball, if there's a collision, then that's usually what's going to prevent the 3-port rule from being satisfied. But we saw that the 2 ball kicked off of a ball and fell into this corner pocket as well, because usually it goes 3 rails around the table and heads either towards the side pocket or it ends up towards this corner pocket here, unless it clips whatever ball that's in the back of the rack on the right side of the 9 ball, according to y'all's view. So we're good on the break here. I'm going to go ahead and take ball in hand. I can try to cut this ball into the corner pocket, but let's play a little conservative for tonight, and then we'll try to get maybe a little bit more aggressive as the night goes on. So it looks like the only thing that we have to be careful about is to make sure that we get position for the 6 to go into the side pocket. And then we can just play the 7, 8, and the 9. So the transition from the 5 to the 6 is going to be the important shot. So when I play the 4 ball, chances are I'm going to want to be somewhere right around here so that way I can cut the 5 in, use the side rail to spin back out towards here to play the 6 in the side. So that's pretty much how I'm trying to study the rack and figure out how I'm going to run this or try to run this. Don't get straight in on the 4 ball. I can't believe I did that. Yep, I did get straight in. The idea was supposed to be, here's the shot line. Actually, here's the straight in shot line, and I'm on to the left of the shot line when I'm supposed to be to the right of the shot line. That way I can cut it into the right and the cue ball drifts this way. So now what ends up happening is I can play a draw shot or a stop shot. My cue ball is going to be something like this, and I can try to cut it in, come off that rail, and then try to come back down here for the 6 in the side. So just a small audible change here. Like I said, so now I have to make sure that when I look at the shot line of the 6, here's the shot line of the 6. So I got to get somewhere like way down here just to have a decent shot at the 6. So I'm going to come all the way down here, hit the rail. And you can see I can even try to play it in the corner. And because of the position I got, I'm actually going to play it in the corner. Because if I try to go into the side pocket now, my cue ball drifts this way. And it's hard to control to stay on position for the 7 ball. Slow down. Yikes. There we go. A little out of line going from the 8 to the 9, but we recovered nicely. So that's going to be a 9. So if we look and see, you saw the 8 ball had a collision and it didn't make its way down here. The 2 ball at least made its way down here. I made a ball, but the 1 ball didn't make it past the head string either. So this is actually not a good break. So you got to be careful now. Do not want to take a 0. Okay, that time I purposely tried to make the 1 ball go into the side pocket there. That way I can at least score 2 points off of the break. And then we got the 7 ball to cross the head string. So we're good. Don't like where the 4 ball is at. I only have half a pocket going past the 5. I'd almost want to get straight in on it if I really wanted to shoot it into the corner pocket. Same thing for that. Oh, geez. Maybe I should try to get behind it so I can shoot the 4 down here. So I think that means I'm going to take ball in hand. So this makes things interesting. This is probably where I would want to be to shoot the 4. I can try to get position maybe for the side pocket, but that's a tight window. Right now I'm just really trying to contemplate if I want to do this. Because ideally, this is exactly where I'd want to be. And to land right here would be difficult. If I have a cut angle, then the margin of error I have on clipping that 5 ball becomes really big. Because even over here, I have like maybe 3/4 of a pocket if I can land over here. And that's if I'm straight in. Again, if I have a cut angle, it just makes the shot more difficult. I can try maybe to come back here, shoot the 4 on the side. If I come around this way, that might actually be the the better choice. Or going around that way might be the better choice anyway. I can either land for here, or I can land for here to get to the side pocket, one or the other. So I think this is probably what I'm going to settle on. Oh boy. Ha! Okay, so at least I'm in a good position to go past the 9. Hopefully I don't clip the 9, and this is going to be one of the few occasions where I actually will move the rack out of the way. Typically, I do like to leave it there, regardless if I get a roll off of it or not. Sometimes the roll is good, sometimes the roll is bad. All right. All right, so now I'm just thinking about the 7 to the 8, because I can pretty much probably just play the 8 up there and play the 9 in the opposite corner pocket. Unless I do that. And my shape on the 6 was pretty lousy too. I should have just pretty much been right here. Goodness gracious. So that's a 4. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. After all that attention I gave for the 4 ball, and then I miss an easy 5 like that. Go. All right. So now, let's see. When I got that 11, that pushed me ahead by 2 points. So now I think I'm behind by 3 points. Meaning that if I were just to score nothing but 9s, you can see that the possibility that I can score here is an 88 if the remainder of the racks are all 11s. But if I want to at least get an 81, I think I'm down by 3 points right now. Ah, goodness gracious. Even though I make 2 balls on the break, I still got to break again. Now you would think, shouldn't I just break like that more often? Well, like I said, every now and again, I want to make sure that I at least score some 11s, so that way it gives me a buffer to make mistakes. So instead of being 5 points down, that's why I'm only 3 points down, since I have that 111 that I did score. But considering that I lost control of the cue ball, I actually almost scratched, I can't guarantee myself that I'm going to have position on whatever the next lowest ball is, because we made the 3 ball, we made the 1 ball, and the 2 ball fell when normally the 2 ball should be here or here. So if the 2 ball was at least around here, then we'd be good, because the cue ball was right here. So that's typically why I don't want to break that way. The most predictable ball I can have is to get the 1 ball to go past the side pocket and be set up for this corner, and that way I can try to go for an 11. we go. Let's see, even though I scored a 9, which is great, I'm still 3 points behind. If I score nothing but 9s for the remainder of the set, I'm going to be just shy of my 81 through 99 goal. Now, I think my top best score that has been seen on live stream is a 77. I think I'm about to sneeze. There. So hopefully no one heard that and I blew out their ears. Actually, let me make sure everybody can still hear me now. All right? Can y'all still hear me okay? Because I did mute it when I sneezed there, so that way I didn't blow out anybody's ears. Yeah. All right. So let's see if I can get that one ball to behave like you just heard me describe. I want it to go just slightly past the side pocket and set itself up for the corner. Pretty much like that. If I can get another ball down here, like the 6 ball maybe, but I don't. So, but you can see what I mean. So if I would have got the 6 ball down here, then we have position on the 1 ball to go into the corner pocket and we can try to score an 11. That's typically the way that I like to break for this format. Because that ends up being a skilled break. I can obviously break hard and then satisfy the 3-point rule, but then I'm not guaranteed, or the probability of me having a no ball in hand shot is low. All right, so we're good there. I can obviously see the 2 ball, but it doesn't look like it passes the 4. All right, so we're going to take ball in hand. Oh, and like an idiot, I got pretty straight in. I needed to be right around here so that way I can shoot it in, use the side rail, and come out for position on the 5. I'm actually going to try to muscle the cue ball around on this one. Slow down. So that's one hard shot. I'm about to do another hard shot as I try to get back in line. Because if I continue to do one hard shot after another, I'm bound to miss. So I'm trying right now to get back in line. And this actually works. So we check to see what our shot's going to look like on the 7 ball if I just play a stop shot. And that's probably okay. I was afraid to hit it any harder than that because then that's when I start to lose control because I needed to stun the cue ball all the way over here. I think I overcut it. Yep, I did. Ah. So that's an 8. And you can see there I have a possibility of an 83 if I'm able to score 3 11s for the remainder of the set. So let's see what we can do. Really, it was just rack 4 that basically messed me up. But we're not done yet. There we go. This is pretty much a break that I've been looking for. I'm going for this. Don't you do it, 4-ball. Oh, you did it, 4-ball. I thought I was going to make it all the way around. Dang it. Well, we got to have highlight shots every now and again. Let's see if I can do this. Because even if I make this, the position that I'm going to have on the 4 is going to be terrible. Yeah. And that pretty much ends the set. Because there's nothing I can do for a good score. 3, 6, 7. So that was a 2. That gives me a 74. It doesn't even give me the chance to beat my old high score. So, sorry, Tim. I came close. Rack 4 pretty much killed my momentum. So we'll just take a small break, chit-chat with everybody for a bit, and then we'll try again with the next set. So let's go back to here. Clear off the scores. And let's see what I'm coming back to. Tristan, your pattern rack will be up next. So let's scroll up and see what we have in the chat. Hey, we got my buddy Dante from Talking Runs and Making Runs. How's it going? Marco Billiards. Is this Nick Radosevich? I hope I said that correctly. Dusty Tables, you want me to challenge somebody to play me live against the Ghost using Aussie B and then you say bar rules. I don't know what you mean by bar rules, especially if we're going to play by the Ghost. Typically, when I hear bar rules, I'm thinking more of like 8-ball. And the old-fashioned bar rules that I'm familiar with is Scratch on the break is behind the head string. You can't shoot at a ball behind the head string. You have to call your shot, meaning that you have to indicate like how many rails the ball's going to go, if the ball's going to carom off of another ball. You can't just call a ball and call a pocket like you do in BCA. So I'm not exactly what you're referring to when you said you want me to play someone in the ghost using bar rules. Bob Henson, I'm hoping this is my 85 night, or at least an 81. Like if I manage to at least score all nines, I mean, I'll even be satisfied with that. Dusty table, miss a dead nut shot, and I have to actually take a shot of something. That would be for a short night because I am a light drinker. Niels B, what are you referring to as a foul? Oh, so you must be not familiar with playing the ghost. So obviously, in an actual match, you don't take ball in hand after the break. But as you can see, I don't have an opponent, right? I'm playing what's called playing the ghost. And when you're playing the ghost, typically you take ball in hand after the break because it's basically just a practice drill. You want to be able to see if you can just break and run tables. When you realize that you can actually break and run enough tables with ball in hand, then of course you try to increase the level of difficulty by not taking ball in hand. Let's see, what else do we got in here? We're in here talking about barbecue. I see we got my buddy Jim from Bang Time Pool. AJ, Tally of Cali Nightlife and Dad Life. Hey, John Knight, we haven't seen you in the Discord in a while. Hope everything's going okay with you. Tristan, when I saw it was like some sort of bank carom combo or whatever that you ended up making in the cross side pocket. That was an amazing shot. But then I just saw that your cue ball, like it looked like you banked that stripe off the rail and went off a solid, but then it clipped your cue ball, and that's what allowed it to go into the side pocket. But because it also clipped your cue ball, that's what caused your cue ball to actually scratch in the corner pocket. So that was actually pretty brutal. All right, so that pretty much catches me up on chat. Thanks everybody for being here. Oh, George Harrell, what does your APA stats look like as a Super 7? Um, I wouldn't really say because I'm a Super 7, like that doesn't really mean anything. Even as a Super 7, I do lose matches. But in the last 3 years, of me playing APA in my local area, I'll either have a 100% win rate or I might lose one or two matches during a session. That's at least has been my current average over the last 3 years. When I played Masters League though, and we're constantly up against like other Super Sevens or nines in nine ball and stuff, I lost a few more after that, but I think I'm always at least above like 60 or 70%. But in the local area here, when I'm not playing Masters, I typically average, pretty close to like 90% plus win rate. Robert Tucker, what's my Fargo rating? Last time I checked, it was a 620, and I'm hoping to increase that by the end of the year. Jack, you're heading out and you want to have a happy early birthday before you go. Well, of course you can. Are you willing to disclose how old you're going to be? I have no shame in admitting that I'm 40 years old. But of course, happy birthday and thanks for being here. If you're actually here before your birthday, so obviously have a good one when you do when your birthday does come around. I'm assuming it's tomorrow, since you're saying have a early happy birthday. Revolution, anyone? Chris is Efren in disguise. I really do appreciate that compliment. And have ever seen them in the same room? I actually have footage of me playing Efren in one rack of 10 ball. I'm eventually going to publish that with like some commentary of what it was like to actually meet Efren Reyes in person. I actually have a couple of autograph photos of him. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and actually edit it together on top of all the other projects that I have. But simply put, he just creamed me. I chose to play him in 10 ball for an exhibition match. I made, I think, a ball or two on the break, but I didn't have a shot at the one ball. So if I remember correctly, I tried to do a two rail kick shot to kick the one ball into the side pocket, but I missed the one ball altogether. And you can't give a player like Efren Reyes ball in hand because he pretty much ran the table on me. So I only had one break and one shot against the best pool player in the world. But to be able to meet the best pool player in the world, to shake his hand, to get an autograph, to actually chit chat with him for a bit was definitely an honor. He was actually here in Texas, I think it was last week or so. Um, there's a YouTube channel called Backwards Billiards. I don't know if they're gonna pop in later tonight, but I know they did, or at least I think they did a live stream of him playing at Banana Billiards in San Antonio, Texas. I think it was either Monday of last week or the week prior. I'm not entirely sure. Robert Tucker, you wish you were 40 again. Ah, age does catch up to us, doesn't it? Maggle Arts, you're wanting to know if there's a good synthetic soft tip on the market. I mean, does it have to be a soft tip? I mean, the only reason why I say that is, I get asked all the time about equipment, like what equipment you're supposed to use and whatnot. And nowadays, I just come back with the same answer, and that is that the equipment, though, has a factor in a person's gameplay. It just doesn't have a huge factor, in my opinion. Much like how golf clubs don't have a huge factor in a golfer's game, right? I used to shoot with medium tips pretty much my like entire pool career, but once I invested in a Revo shaft, the Revo shaft comes with a Predator Victory soft tip, and I actually like the soft tip. I feel like I play maybe slightly better with a soft tip than I do a medium tip. But I still play good with a medium tip. I've broken and ran plenty of racks. I've won some tournaments here and there with medium tips. So I mean, it's it's really just personal preference. So when you're looking for a soft tip, I wouldn't be able to recommend like a soft tip that's better than the other. It's going to be for you to actually figure out and decide which one you actually like best. Do you want to try like a Predator soft tip? Do you want to try, I don't know, I think Japan has a G2 tip, or do you want to try the How tips that are from China that have both soft, medium, and hard? Do you want to try Kamui that has soft, medium, and hard tips? Like there's plenty of them out there for you to try and figure out which one you're actually going to find best. So I hope that at least answers your question. Oh, Tristan, you're going to be you're having a birthday here in 3 days. Well, happy early birthday, man. I'm glad I at least got your video out before your birthday. Or maybe I should have waited until your birthday. That could be like your happy birthday, and I could actually say happy birthday in your video. Okay, so it was last Monday that Efren Reyes was in Texas here. So yeah, if you look for a YouTube channel called Backwards Billiards, I do believe you'll find a live stream of when Efren was playing in at Bananas Billiards in San Antonio, Texas. Okay, cool. Actually, before I get started, I see I got my buddy here, Corner Four Billiards, is in the house. He's got a really good YouTube channel. Is slowly on the grind to try to. I don't know if he's got 1,000 yet or not. But he pretty much does instructional material, like I do. He's got a lot of drills, a couple of other perspectives on how he handles things. He's also a certified PBIA instructor. So yeah, give his channel a look-see, and a couple of other people that have channels in here that y'all might want to check out, like Bang Time Pool. He has virtual 9-ball tournaments that he hosts on his channel. Roopster760 has some pretty good content on his channel. Let's see, who else is in here? Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29. He likes to do a lot of fun little challenge videos that he puts out for people to try. Mr. Edit 1. The introduction that hopefully played during the beginning of the live stream, at least I hope it did, because I felt like I was having some technical difficulties. He helped me build the intro video that plays, or at least if it didn't play in this one, go check out some of my previous ones. And the intro that you see prior to the live stream starting was made by Mr. Edit 1. He's a professional video editor. So check out his stuff. He actually does some like skits. He's got some skits that he does on his channel, as well as some pool stuff. He's got some commentary videos where he's running through some racks and showing you know how he tackles a rack. He does a couple of trick shots on his videos and stuff. So it's really good stuff. And the edits that he puts in his videos are just phenomenal, very eye-catching. All right, cool. So I think that's pretty much going to do it for now. So let's move on to set 2. We're going to be using Tristan's pattern. So hopefully, maybe I can try to actually land my goal with his pattern and say happy birthday. There's your there's your birthday present. That it was your rack pattern that actually allowed me to achieve my goal. So we're going to play 1-8-5. I think I saw 3-9-7. And then what's the rest? 6-4-2. So I like that the 2 ball is going to be in the back of the rack. So we're not going to see the 7 ball hardly ever during this set. That's going to be the ball that falls. But if everything goes according to plan, as far as the break is concerned, the 1 ball should hopefully be somewhere right around here, and so will the 3 ball. The 3 ball will be somewhere over here as well, and the 2 ball will be somewhere right around here. Oh, but we had a collision. Come on, 4 ball. Yes, the 4 ball is touching the head string. So this works. If you read the verbiage in the WPA, it says that the ball has to touch the head string. It doesn't have to land on the head string, meaning the bottom of the ball does not have to be on the head string. The edge of the ball can actually be touching the head string. So we actually did satisfy the break here, though I wouldn't mind doing a re-rack because I just don't like the idea that I have to come back up table for position on the 2. And even the position on the 3, now that I see this, because the 6 ball blocks it here, the 3 ball is probably going to have to go down here in the corner or maybe here in the side pocket. So I celebrated a little too early. I'd rather re-break this than try to run this out, but we're going to see what we can do. And man, the more I look at this, the more I don't like it. This brings the corner pocket into play, and I don't like that. I think I'm going to try something else. Got a lot of obstacles to try to work around here. I actually like this a lot better. Go past the side pocket. There we go. Oh, golly. I hate it when I see that. Ball wipes its feet on the way in. There we go. So at least so far, two good starts of the set. All right, let's see here. 185,397. 6-4 or 4-6? 6-4-2. All right, so I should start being able to remember this. Would have been fine if I got the one ball to cross the head string. Yeah, 3, 6. Yeah, I only made one ball. Ah. Six, 4? Yes, 6-4-2. Oh, gosh, this is going to be a 0, isn't it? Come on, 8 ball. Yep, that's a 0. Goodness gracious. And that's why even hitting the ball harder doesn't always guarantee that I'll satisfy the 3-point rule. So, really, really unfortunate. Okay, so much for a good start. Let's see if we can try to recover. That's pretty much the name of the game. I did have someone ask me before, why don't I try doing this without using the 3-point rule? I mean, that is an option. But if I did, I'd probably do that in a recording here. This is the same format that Bang Time Pool likes to run his virtual 9-ball tournaments in. So that's why I'm using the 3-point rule. So like that right there. I made 2 balls, but the 1 ball doesn't make it down here. This is getting ridiculous. And all of it really depends on the 2-ball, whatever ball's in the back of the rack. Because if you pay close enough attention, you'll either see it collide or not collide. And chances are, if it collides with something, then I'm not satisfying the 3-point rule, unless it collides with the 5-ball, because that's the most common ball it might run into. And the 5-ball might get pushed in here, or it might clip the 5-ball, and that'll actually what will make it land over here. But if it ends up hitting another ball too full, then it just stays up there. So this time I just want to make sure I satisfy the 3-point rule, and I at least have a shot, but look at the 3-ball. All right, this is why I don't want to break that hard, is because I don't want balls to clutter back up. So we're going to try for an 11 on this one, though. So much for that. And even if I would have made it, the position that I have on the 2-ball just is not great. So 4. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 1. Eesh. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do Tristan a favor, and we're going to start over. So let's do that. That's a really, really poor start. So right now we're looking at that I had a fairly decent start, but then now it's starting to fall a bit. But hopefully that doesn't keep itself up. So this is the only mulligan, Tristan, that your rack pattern's going to get. All right. See that? Even if I purposely make the 1-ball or try to make the 1-ball into the side pocket, I still don't get a ball down here. And look where the 2-ball ends up, right? So that should show you that it collided with something back here, and that's why it stays up here. And really, the main thing I need to quickly fix is where I'm striking that 1-ball, because that's basically what's causing everything to happen. See, there's that collision again. And see what I mean? I think only the 5-ball crossed over. So therefore, that would be a 0 to start with. But you're in luck, Tristan. I don't ever start sets off with 0s. I'll take them in the middle of the rack or in the middle of the set, but never start with one. All right, we need to get this set started, so let me just blast the rack. There we go. So that definitely satisfies the 3-point rule. Do I have a shot on the 1, though? I don't. The 8-ball's in the way. I mean, I could try to jump it if I want to start off with an 11, but let's take the ball in hand. thought I hit that harder than that. Come on. Why'd you have to do that? Ah! I can't cut it in the side now. There we go. There's a highlight shot. Whew. All right. What almost ended in disaster ends with a 9. All right. So no matter what happens for the remainder of the set, this is what we're going with. And if anybody's wondering why I do that, I mean, at some point in time, like if I achieve this goal, then the next goal, which I don't even know if I'll attempt to do it on a live stream, is to score a 99, which is practically breaking and running 9 racks in a row, as if it were an actual match. So you can only imagine how many times I'm probably going to have to reset just to be able to achieve that goal. Because typically in actual practice, I don't ever take ball in hand. I end up with like an opening bank shot. I end up with like an 80-degree cut shot. And yeah, there are a lot of resets in practice when I try to do this. But I don't have this many problems trying to satisfy the 3-point rule in practice. That's the other thing too. It's always when the camera goes on, which is typical. All of my fellow YouTubers know what that's like. Like you play great and wonderful when the camera's off, but the moment the camera comes on, just like something changes. There's that freaking... All right, at least we satisfied the 3-point rule. That 2 ball needs to make its way down here. So we are going to have to take ball in hand again. This is another rack where I'm transitioning from one end of the table to the other. So it looks like this is going to be the best shot. It's almost like a drill. Go from one end of the table to the other, keep going back and forth over and over again. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Let's see how my kicking abilities are. That certainly doesn't look right. Yeah, there's no way that's right. Uh, oh, now I know why that's not right. All right, so let's try this again. That way. Okay, that looks like it'll at least get me a hit. Whether I make the ball or not, that's a different story. Oh, I missed the ball altogether. So what is that? 3, 4, 5. That's a 4. We get a 4 earlier on in the set. Now, at some point in time, I'm hoping that I'm going to get the break that I'm talking about, and you'll see the spread of the table that I'm basically looking for. And it really shouldn't matter the pattern of the rack, because the table will just be completely wide open. But a lot of it depends on that ball that's in the back of the rack, and it's going to be the 2 ball in this case. If I don't get it down here, then that's what makes the transitionings from one end of the table more difficult. As you can see, it did it again. Okay, so this time the transitions are a little different. I come over to this rail. Oh, goodness gracious. Don't fall in. Because if the 9 ball does drop early, then all I get is 2 points plus the balls that I dropped, and I lose the points that are still on the table. That is another scoring format. Typically, you would not see me do that, or at least purposely try to do that. I keep getting flat on these shots. I want to have some sort of an angle. All right, there we go. Golly, I feel like I'm having to work for these racks. So the majority of the people I think that are watching tonight know what I'm talking about when there's a particular spread that I'm looking for on my break. It's for all the new viewers. If I can actually get it to occur, then you'll see what I'm talking about. And simply put, it looks something like this. The 1 ball comes over here to the side rail and then lands right here for this pocket here. The 5 ball will come over to the side rail and land right here unless that 2 ball comes and bumps into it somehow, which has been happening quite often. The 8 ball will bank off of the side rail and come over towards this side pocket here. 7 ball falls, whatever the wing ball is always falls. The 9 ball sits in the rack. The 3 ball goes 3 rails around, ends up over here or over here. The 4 and the 6, they go off of the short rails here and then come back out. But the 4 ball here, when it hits the short rail and comes back out, that's when it usually gets clipped by the 3 ball, and that's what causes it to end up down here. Because if the 3 ball doesn't clip the 4 ball, then it'll end up somewhere over here. The 6 ball will do something like this and land over here. And if that 4 ball gets clipped by the 3 ball, then it goes over to the side rail and comes back out over here, possibly tying up with the 6 ball. And the 2 ball banks off of the short rail and heads down here. That's what I mean by all 9 balls have a predictable path if I can reduce all the variables of power, where I hit on the head ball, etc., making sure that the rack is perfect. I just haven't been able to get the result yet, which usually means it has something to do with how hard I'm hitting the rack and where I'm hitting the rack. Because see, the 2 ball ran right in, actually it ran right into the 4 ball on that one there, and I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule. And usually it doesn't take like that hard of a hit. And one thing I've noticed before, I'll go ahead and demonstrate this, is that when I move the cue ball around to different starting points, there's actually a starting point that I eventually found to where, like, when I start bridging like this, then usually I've seen where the 2 ball will run into the 5 ball more head on, and the 5 ball is the ball that ends up down here. But considering that the 2 ball keeps running into the 4 ball, I'm not sure if that's going to happen tonight, but we're going to try it anyway. There. And the 5 ball actually drops. And I lost control of the cue ball. The cue ball should be somewhere right around here for position on the 1 to go into the corner pocket, but I still have position on the 1 ball, so we'll try to go for an 11 there. So maybe I'll try breaking like that for the remainder of the rack, where I actually use a bridge on the table rather than a rail bridge. But regardless, if I know where all the balls are going to go, I mean, if I don't run the table, I don't run the table. I mean, I still have to be able to shoot. You know what I mean? There we go. There's a well-deserved 11. Why do I feel like that took forever? Could someone tell me if the score is right? I don't know why I feel like that took a little longer than I would. Maybe it's because of the explanation that I did for the rack. But something doesn't feel right. So can someone please confirm that I have the score correct? All right, I'll come back and check again. I believe the score is correct. I know at least that rack was an 11. So I guess we'll try it again. I guess we'll have a bridge that's on the table. So all I'm doing is scooting the cue ball away, further away from the rail, so that way I can use an actual closed hand bridge on the table. And let's see if that 2 ball runs into the 5 ball again. See? So we're getting better spreads. Again, I'm losing control of the cue ball. I'm trying to hit it with some slight topspin to hold it in the middle of the table. Like, I have a shot, but for me to hold position for the 2 and the 3, a little difficult. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take ball in hand on this one. And then with the positioning of the 4 ball, like I have to make sure that, crap, like I don't want position on the 4 ball where I'm going to run into the 9 ball, right? Because then I can't get back down for the 5 ball. So I have to make sure I land somewhere like this, which gives me a small window here because of this 6 ball. So transitioning from the 3 to the 4 is going to be very important. It's where, like, if I can get somewhere over here, I can try to stun the cue ball over here and get the position that I'm wanting. Did I just get straight in? No, I have a slight angle. Okay. I'd like to have more of an angle than this, but we're going to try to make do with it. And that ain't going to cut it. I'm going to end up hitting the 9. Yeah, so I'm going to clip the 9 after this. Let's see if I can get the cue ball back down here. I was going to say, don't fall, because that ends the rack. But, of course, this changes everything, right? Because I have to bank the ball when I'd rather be cutting it or doing something. Let's see what I can do. Left-handed, no less. Oh, come on! I thought I made it. Ah, golly. I thought I made that one. All right, so that's a 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's a 5. 82. I can still get an 82. Now, how many of y'all can honestly tell me that when you practice, you look at things as hard as I'm looking at them, right? Because here I am telling you, like, why my break doesn't seem to be behaving. So all I try to do is change a variable that hopefully can yield a different result. But I know the result that variable change is going to have. And then, of course, when I'm missing or, when I'm setting up for shots, you see how much I actually break down everything to where I hopefully have a high degree of being successful at either running the table, making the shot, having a successful break. That's not good. Wait, did I make 2 balls on the break? 3, 6. I made 2 balls on the break. Right, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3 balls passed, so we're good. Now, I think this ruins my, if I score a 9 here, that means the best I'll be able to get is an 80. Yikes, slow down. And typically what will happen is if I'm unable to beat my old personal best of 77, then I end up ending the set. I'm always trying to get 81 through 99, but if I'm unable to do that, then I have to at least try to be able to beat my current best. In this case would be 77. And if I'm unable to do that, then the set ends. And that's when we take a break. Actually, I'll leave this out so I don't have to keep going back for it. Oh, goodness gracious. That actually probably might end the set. Is that another 5? 76. Yeah. So that ends the set. So sorry, Tristan, I couldn't do it with your rack pattern. If you're still around, and if you're not, and you happen to catch the recast, happy early birthday. So let's switch back to here. How's everybody doing? Oh, we got Monique Greer in the house. How's it going? Hey, we got my fellow Texan, Robin Barnes in the house. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Jace. When you're talking about, like I said, I have to be able to have the same power, same speed, the same hit. Like, I have to make sure that the variables stay consistent because then that's when I'm going to get consistent results. And the hardest variable to control is the same speed with the same power and the same hit on the one ball. Those are the ones that I have the hardest to keep consistent. If I use some type of template rack, the rack isn't going to be an issue, right? All the balls are going to be frozen, right? So all of the responsibility comes on me. Muscle memory, eyesight, and everything else. And that's always the hardest one to keep consistent. What do you mean by is there a strategy to always getting three? I'm going to assume that you're talking about the 3-point rule. No, there isn't a strategy. The reason why the 3-point rule was put into place was primarily because of Corey Deuel, because of his mastered soft break that he has. And there's no like rack pattern. Back when there was no actual rack pattern, you would end up seeing Corey Deuel have like it to where the 1 ball, the 2 ball, and then the 3 ball would be the first 3 balls of the rack, and then the 9 ball would be in the middle of the rack. And because we're using template racks, you're always going to make the wing ball. I mean, like 99% of the time, the wing ball is going to fall. And the way Corey Deuel would break is he would break in such a way to where the 1 ball would be set up for the side pocket because it does head over there, like I've shown y'all. And then either the 2 ball or the 3 ball would be pretty much set up for a combination. And the rack would end in like 3 or 4 shots, or two or three shots at best. And so that's first when they started saying, well, you have to put the 2 ball in the back of the rack because then it changes the location of where it could actually end up, and then trying to play position after that makes it more difficult. But it was still to the point where you can do a 3-9 combination if you still broke appropriately. So then that's when they came up with the 3-point rule, saying that if 3 or more balls don't cross the head string or touch the head string, then it's an illegal break. So whether it's pocketing balls plus getting balls to cross the head string, it eliminates soft breaking at that point. Okay, that looks like all the questions that I saw, at least from up above. Everybody's just friendly chit chatting, which is what I like to see. I like to see everybody do some friendly chit chat. Oh, Chad Butzler, you like my the GoPro video? Is that the one with that I have the GoPro on the cue, or just the typical GoPro on my forehead? Because I've got more videos like that that I'm planning on doing here in the future. Dennis Jr., you're wanting to know how I can try to predict where the cue ball will go. Can you be a little bit more specific? Where it's going to go on the break, or where is it going to go on a shot? Because on the break, that doesn't matter whether you're playing 8 ball, 9 ball, or 10 ball. You typically want to try to get the cue ball to land in the center of the rack. And if you understand physics, because you have multiple balls, The cue ball is colliding with multiple balls, and because of physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So what ends up happening is that when the cue ball strikes into the head ball fairly head on, then the weight of the rack pushes the cue ball back. You don't even have to put bottom spin on the shot in order to draw the cue ball back. The weight of the rack is going to do that by itself. And so you end up using a little bit of top spin to try to fight back that initial inertia off of the rack, and that's what allows the cue ball to land in the center of the table. Doesn't always work that way, because if the cue ball is spinning too fast, it could obviously just go forward, et cetera, all depending upon the power. If you're talking about a shot, there are some general rules that you just have to understand. The simply being, if you cut a ball to the right, that means your cue ball has to go to the left. And if you cut a ball to the left, your cue ball has to go to the right. If you at least understand that basic principle, then the next thing you have to understand after that is what's called the tangent line. And that is the line that the cue ball will take, which is at a 90-degree angle in the opposite direction from which the object ball is traveling. So in other words, if the object ball is traveling to the left, the cue ball will go off to the right at a 90-degree if the cue ball slides into the object ball. And what I mean by that is when you hit the cue ball in the center of the cube, the first thing it does is it doesn't actually start rolling forward immediately. It actually slides across the table until the friction of the table finally grabs it. Then it starts to roll forward. And if the cue ball is rolling forward, then it's not going to travel across that tangent line. It's actually going to travel above the tangent line. Much like if you do hit the cue ball with bottom spin and the cue ball is spinning backwards when it hits an object ball, then it's going to travel below the tangent line. Now, there's still a whole lot more physics that go along into that, to where, like, if the cue ball and the object ball are rather far apart, then you're going to hit the cue ball with some amount of bottom spin, but you have to figure out how hard do you want to hit that ball, especially if you want the cue ball to travel across the tangent line, because while the cue ball is spinning backwards on the way to the object ball, at some point in time, friction will take over and that backspin will slow down, and then the cue ball slides, and then it starts to roll forward after that. That's why you want to be able to judge, can you hit the ball in such a way to where by the time the cue ball gets to the object ball, it slides into the object ball, and therefore the cue ball will go off at a 90-degree angle. After you understand all of that, then you got to start understanding how side spin affects the cue ball off of the rails. And to know whether or not if you want to widen rebound angles by using outside spin, which could be left or right, depending upon what direction the cue ball is actually going, or if you want to shorten the angle by using inside spin, which is going to be the same spin in the direction that the object ball is actually going. I actually have a lot of videos on my channel in the pool lessons playlist that go more in depth on what I'm talking about, that actually allows you to accurately predict where the cue ball is going to go, to some certain degree. You're not always going to be 100%. I'm not always 100%. I mean, even professionals are not always 100%. They have a high percent, a very, very high percent, much higher than myself, but hardly ever are we going to be like 100% accurate at where the cue ball is going to go. And when I say 100%, I don't mean exactly like pinpointing the exact location of where the cue ball is going to stop. You have a vicinity, like probably about like the width of a hand, the size of your hand vicinity that you really want the cue ball to actually land when you're playing position on the next shot. But everything I just said just comes with practice. I mean, with the sets that I've been running so far, you've been seeing how I've been able to at least fairly accurately predict where the cue ball is going to go. Some with very smooth transitions where the cue ball hardly moves. It just goes in a straight line into one rail and out for a position. Or I'm spinning the cue ball around multiple rails and I'm ending up in the position that I want. That all comes with experience and practice. But it all comes also with the knowledge of knowing how the cue ball behaves off an object ball and how the cue ball behaves off of a rail with side spin. And that just comes with practice. Jared Newman, mechanical bridge versus an extension. Any tips on using the mechanical bridge? I mean, I'm a short player, all right? I'm 5'5". So sometimes even with my extension, I can't reach a shot, right? So at that point there, I'm going to want to be able to use a mechanical bridge in order to use the shot. That's really going to be the delta. I mean, and then sometimes with an extension, I can't bridge over a ball, right? The cue ball could be blocked by an opposing ball to where I have to bridge over it, and I can't bridge over it with an extension. So therefore, I'm going to use a mechanical bridge to be able to hit the cue ball there also, right? There are specific scenarios where all the little gadgets that we have to play pool, whether it's bridges, extensions, or whatever, they all serve specific scenarios. And so it's best that you learn how to use all of them because you just never know when you're going to need them. Tristan, I know the game that you're talking about between Corey Deuel and Shane Van Boening, where he was doing safety breaks to where he was breaking a 10-ball rack and then causing the cue ball to go to the slide rail and the short rail and come underneath the rack. So that way Shane Van Boening doesn't see the one ball and has to play like a push out or a kick out or something. But the break that you're talking about was illegal because 4 balls did not hit a rail. But I don't remember. I don't think a ref saw that or something, and I don't remember if Shane still had to shoot the shot. But that particular rack that you're talking about is somewhere on YouTube. Brandon Shamo, you love my videos and you want to know if I have any videos where I'm coaching another player in real time on my table. And the answer is no. Um, Typically, the people that you've seen on my channel, whether it's an opponent or whether it's one of my coaching videos like Tristan's that I just did, are people that are comfortable with being on the internet. Because there's the notion of if you don't play like a pro, then there's going to be some troll that just comes into your videos or your live streams or whatever and just comment about how sorry you are. You're not a 700 plus Fargo rating or this that and the other, and some people can't handle those types of comments. So when it comes to having guests and stuff on my channel, I just have to make sure that they know and understand what they're exposing themselves to, and really not to take comments like that seriously because these are people that we don't know. I mean, I would just classify them as keyboard warriors. So will I ever eventually do something like that? I mean, it's possible. At the very least, there is a match on my table in one of my in my pool talk playlist where I'm playing up against my teacher, Wayne. And we just did a race to 9 on my table here. And there's a person that I did interview here in my garage, and then afterwards we played an exhibition match after that on my table. So like those things do happen where we do like chit chat with one another, but I've never instructed anybody in real time. Typically, that always happens behind the scenes. Okay, Jim, I'll give that a try with adding just a little bit more topspin. I would suggest though, don't be fooled by the camera angle because I am putting topspin on the cue ball. I know that I don't want the cue ball going forward after the break. It just needs to land near the center of the table. But I will keep that in mind on the next set. I'll try to use a little bit more topspin. Mike Fields, you'd love to see me play the Ghost in 8 Ball. I mean, that'll eventually happen. I had a series where I was playing the Ghost in 8 Ball, 9 Ball, 10 Ball, and I was rotating between the three. And I actually have it to where the first set that I did between 8 Ball, 9 Ball, and 10 Ball were all race to threes because I was just concerned about how long the videos would end up being. So I didn't want them to be too terribly long. And I made sure on those first three, like the very first three videos, 8 Ball, 9 Ball, and 10 Ball, they had to be victories, right? Clearly, you guys can see that I don't always break and run a table, right? So, but at least for those three recorded videos, I wanted to make sure that they were victories, and whether it was 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, whatever, they at least had to be victories. When I eventually start bringing that stuff back around, because people did suggest that now I should increase to race to 5. The idea is to where like when I recycle playing 8 Ball, 9 Ball, 10 Ball against the Ghost, I have to increase the level of difficulty. That could be increasing the race. That could be not taking ball in hand or taking ball in hand. Just slightly changing the rules a little bit to where you guys can also, and gals can also have something to practice on. I don't always want to try to practice in like the hardest conditions because if you see me struggling under these conditions and you don't consider yourself to be as decent of a player as myself, then clearly you're going to struggle with playing under the conditions that you see me struggling with. So I try to start at a very bare minimum of saying, give this a try. Try a race to 3, try doing it under these conditions here and see how well you do. And then when I circle back around and be like, okay, I'm going to slightly increase the level of difficulty. Let's see how I do. And when I do that, they're going to be more legit to where like if I don't win, I don't win, and that's going to be what's published, and I won't move on to like if I'm doing 8-ball, for example, race to 5 8-ball, and actually someone suggested that I shouldn't take ball in hand in 8-ball. I should have an open table after the break. Um, and instead of playing what you make, which is typically what I do because I play in the APA league, I should have an open table after the break. Don't take ball in hand and try a race to 5. Like that's the next condition that I'm going to be playing when I do eventually try to record myself playing up against the Ghosts. But if I don't win in that video, then I eventually just have to do it again. Like I don't move on to 9-ball until I win, much like how I'm trying this. Like I would love to start doing other live streams or whatever, but I want to complete this goal first. Like I can do live streams of straight pool, I can do live streams of playing the 10-ball ghost, I can do live streams of instructional material, whatever. Right? These are all things that I have in mind. But first I want to try to establish this goal of scoring between 81 through 99. Yeah, speaking of which, Robert Tucker, you're asking me if I played straight pool or one pocket. So on my birthday, well, it wasn't exactly on my birthday. It was I think it was a week or so after my birthday. I did Dr. Dave's Run Your Age Straight Pool Challenge. So you can find that video on my channel when I had turned 40 back in December. I ended up making a run of like 50 or 51. I don't remember what the exact result was because once I made the 40th ball, I just kept on going until I eventually missed, which I think was somewhere around 50 or 51. And I eventually wanted to try to create like a Road to 100 series to where like I would just record videos of me doing straight pull attempts, and every time I got a new high score, I would just publish that video until I eventually scored 100. But I haven't even had a chance to start it. People that like actively talk with me, like in our Discord server and stuff, know that I've got like all these different ideas of what I want to do with my channel in regards to pool content, just pool content. Because I have other ideas. I started my channel with like programming C# programming lessons because I am a software developer. And I even had like fitness challenges that I was doing with my best friend because I do like to exercise and stay physically fit. And then on top of other things, I just weigh heavily on pool because that's what all of y'all like. And it's like, I'm not an idiot. Like if I see that programming videos aren't doing as well as my pool videos, I just don't do as many programming videos as I do pool videos. But I don't want to leave the other stuff completely behind like I have. If you go look at my channel, you'll see it's been a very, very long time since I last did a programming video. And I do want to bring that back because that's just going to appeal to a different audience. The pool content obviously appeals to y'all and many others. And then, of course, fitness would appeal to a completely different audience. My channel is not designed to just be one specific thing. My channel is designed to be about me. And I like to do many different things. And so I like to showcase all of them, pool being the biggest one. Oh, I like this question. Chad Butzler. As a beginner, I tend to miss a lot of shots due to trying for a position. Does this mean I'm not ready for position play yet, or does it come with practice? The short answer would be you're not. I mean, you are ready. You're always ready for position. So does it mean that you're not ready for position play? No. Like you are. You're always ready to play position. However, do you know whether or not if you don't try to play for position, will you get position? That's what because that's pretty much how I instruct my APA team members. Right? I don't ever have them hitting with like top spin, bottom spin, left spin, or right spin. They generally are supposed to hit the cue ball in the center of the cue ball and learn where the cue ball goes all by itself. Because more times than not, you can end up with some type of position. Yes, Robert Tucker, I do C# programming and I do know C++ because that's what I went to school for. And I can do everything in C++ like I can do in C#. I can also program in Java and Visual Basic. I have a plethora of programming languages that I can actually program in. But going back to your question, Chad, I would advise that when you say you're trying to play position, this is a common mistake to where like you put more emphasis on getting position on the next ball than you do the current shot. And then therefore you end up missing the current shot when clearly the current shot is more important than the position on the next ball. right? Position on the next ball is obviously important, but it's not more important than making the current shot at hand. And that's usually why I try to advise just make the ball, do a center ball hit, and see where the cue ball goes all by itself. Chances are you might end up with a longer shot than you would have wanted, but you have a shot. And then what you're supposed to learn after that is what does it take to help the cue ball get closer or a little bit closer? Because that's where your side spins, your top spins, or your bottom spins are going to come with. And usually it should be very, very little. Like when you're talking about you're trying to play position, like how much top spin, how much bottom spin, how much left spin or right spin are you trying to put on the cue ball? Because if it's a lot, chances are it's probably too much. If you realize that the cue ball naturally goes where it needs to go, you just need to help it a little bit. You're only going to have to help it by a little bit. Keep that in mind when you're practicing and see what happens. Okay, I think that's enough jibber jabber. Let's move on to the next set. This is going to be with Jabro Journey's rack pattern. So this one looks interesting. 1, 4, 5, 2, 9, 3. So the 3 ball is going to be gone. Is it 6, 7, 8? No, 8, 7, 6. The 3 ball is going to be gone. We want to see if we can get the 6 ball to end up at the back of the rack, or back of the rack, back at the table, back at the head of the table. 2 ball hopefully goes 3 rails around, ends up towards the side pocket or the corner pocket. And like I said, Jim, I'm going to keep in mind your comment about putting just a tad bit more topspin on the cue ball. But we're going to go back to our regular breaking. All right, satisfy the 3-point rule, but that's what I meant by if I put too much topspin. So clearly I put too much topspin on this ball here. Oh, and the 2 ball is ugly. It goes by the 8 ball, like barely goes by the 8 ball. Actually, never mind. No, it doesn't. Ugh. Doesn't go there. I mean, I essentially have to get behind it, or play a 2-8, or play a 2-8 combination. Which actually, now that I look at it, the combo actually doesn't look that bad. I can land right here, play a 2-8 combination. The 2 ball will go over there, and I can try to get position for the corner pocket. That's going to require the least amount of work. And so actually, I'm probably going to want to get right around here. Yeah, let's go ahead and try that. We'll try to play position for that. All right. Didn't really quite get what I was wanting, but right about there. Slow down. Slow down. Golly. I hit that ball so soft. 3, 6. Ah, that's nuts. I hit that ball so soft. And even then, I still almost lost position on the 2 ball to go into the corner pocket. Ah, that's ridiculous. All right, so first set, first rack, off to a bad start. Slow start. I don't want to say bad start. We're just off to a slow start. All right, so like I said, I put too much topspin on that last break there, so I got to try to drop it down like a millimeter or so. This would have been great if the 6 ball didn't get in my way. Ah, let's see here. Do I open up with a combo? I think we're in aggressive mode now. Now that we've loosened up. So let's go for the 11. I wasn't expecting that. Thought the 1 ball was going to sit still. And it like sit still meaning right here, and I'd be shooting it into the opposite corner pocket. Oh, did I get lucky? I did not. So another 3. The break looked a little bit better in regards to the results of where the balls ended up. So that's usually what happens as the night goes on. There we go. There's the break. There's the break that I'm pretty much looking for. Everything behaved appropriately. So now change the rack pattern, and you just change the location of where the majority of the balls are going to be, except for the 1 ball. The 1 ball is always going to, well, not always, but the 1 ball should end up over there to where I can cut it into the corner pocket. Typically, if the 2 balls in the back of the rack, the 2 ball would be over here. And then whatever ball's over here on the wing, which was the 2 ball, that's why the 2 ball's over here. The 7 and the 8 were the balls that were behind the 9 ball, and that's why they're over here. And like I said, that typically they do tend to clutter up. But this is the break that I've been looking for all night. Oh my gosh, why did I hit that so hard? Right, and that's what I said. It doesn't matter if I can actually get the break that I want. If I don't shoot correctly, then just things go wrong. I finally get the break that I'm looking for, and I screw up. Two rails, 9. And I don't even get position. So a 5. Oh gosh, I gotta. Actually, you know what? We're gonna start over now that we've replicated the break that I want. Let's start over. So, Jabro, you get a mulligan. And let's see what I can do with this. Because the whole idea is going to be is, can I reproduce that? And how often can I reproduce it? And then, of course, not screw up like I did going from the 5 to the 6. I actually thought my hit on the 5 ball was full enough where I needed to hit it that hard. Because the thicker the hit the cue ball has on the object ball, the more momentum is taken off of the cue ball. So clearly I misjudged that one. So, but let's see if we can replicate that break now. There's that collision though. Get down here, 4 ball. There we go. So we still had a collision, like I said, and that's what changes the results. But we still have the cue ball in the center of the table. The 1 ball is set up for the corner pocket, which is typically what we're trying to do. Looks like even the 9 ball got kicked out of the rack. But here we can try to go for an 11. So like that, the way the cue ball reacted, that's kind of what I thought was supposed to happen between the 5 and the 6. But obviously I misjudged that. Do I want to set up for the side pocket when the 7 ball's right there? That becomes the question. Or do I want to come all the way around to play the 6 in the same corner? Look at that. And then, so there's the answer to your question, Chad. Here I am emphasizing position on the next ball, and I don't put enough focus on the current ball at hand. So it happens. That's a 4. So another slow start. But we're gonna run with this one now that the break is appearing to be more consistent. Yeah. So let's see how often I can reproduce the break where I'm satisfying the actually, holy crap. I did satisfy the 3-point rule on the last one, didn't I? I don't see anything in the chat saying that I didn't, so I guess I did. These are all like the mistakes that I've made where like I've ran a rack out that I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule. I've given myself an 11 when I should have given myself a 9. All right. Let's see if we can do this again. There's that collision, and the cue ball stops it. Go 4. There. That at least satisfies the 3-point rule. And where was the 4 ball, y'all? Wasn't the 4 ball right here? So it banks off of the side rail and heads towards the cross side pocket. Slow down. Golly. Wait for it. I got the position on the 5 ball. Would I have even made this? Nope. Goodness gracious. What is that? 2, 4, 6. That's a 3. So we're still off to a slow start. So, but we're sticking with this one. So Jim, it looks like you might have hit the nail on the head. I don't think I was putting enough top spin on the cue ball because it looks like things are starting to behave a little bit more consistently. So now it's a matter of dialing in the hit on the 1 ball and the amount of power that I put into the break. And if I was a robot, I'd be able to do this stuff on demand. There's that collision again. The ball falls. But see, this is what this is the other thing too. When I hit the, I even dropped the 2 ball. When I hit the rack too hard, the 1 ball will come over here and end up on the bottom row. If I hit it harder, then I can get it to bounce up and land over here. That's why I got to make sure I'm careful about how much power I put into the break, so that way I can have the position that I want on the 1 ball. Don't get straight on the rail. You're supposed to be off the rail. Ah. Hey, that worked. Caught the point and got position. I was actually trying to go all the way up so I can play the 5 ball here into the side pocket. But this works just as good. So more times than not, y'all should see that I don't really hit my cue ball all that hard. Like this will be considered somewhat of a hard hit because I'm trying to draw the cue ball back. But otherwise, I'm usually, around the medium pace hit on the majority of my shots, sometimes softer than that. Oh, I overcut it. Oh my gosh. But that's why I consider myself to be a finesse like player. All right, so Jabro, it doesn't look like this might be the set that I get to do it with, but it looks like it's the set that I'm at least waking up on as far as getting the break, because it all starts with the break. I mean, if I was a 700 plus Fargo rating, maybe I would be able to say, well, the break shouldn't matter. All I would want to do is just spread the balls out, satisfy the 3-point rule, and then just run out from anywhere on the table. But here I have a particular way that I'm trying to get everything to behave. If it doesn't do that, then the likelihood of being successful just drops a little bit. There's that collision. 2 balls went on the break. Will the 2 ball make it down here? The 2 ball does make it down here. And I have to score 11s in order to achieve my goal. 6 ball is tied up here. So if I take a 9, that's going to put me at 79, which can allow me to at least beat my personal best. So we'll at least attempt to do that. So we do have to take ball in hand, and we need to figure out how we're going to break that 6 out. Might be able to, no, actually we can't do it with the 4 ball because the position on the 5. So typically what I like to do is to try to figure out how to deal with it as soon as possible and still have a shot on the next ball. So what I'm trying to figure out is, can I make the 1 ball somewhere and break this open and still have a shot at the 2 ball? Because I can't do it with the 4 ball. I mean, I could break it out with the 4 ball with a shot like this and coming over here and breaking this apart, but then I don't really have a shot at the 5 ball. And I don't want to wait until the 5 ball because then I have to break it out. And if I don't break it out, the rack's over. Now, obviously, in a real game, all I'd end up doing is, probably just running 1, 2, 4, 5, getting over here and playing some type of defensive shot on the 6, right? That's what you would do in a real game. But in the Ghost, you can't do that. So you really have to figure out like how to solve the rack, which is one of the benefits of playing the Ghost. And I think I found what we're going to try to do. I think. Still not sure. All right, let's see what happens. Because we are going to try to break out that 6 ball right now. Okay, so if I can recover myself on the 2 ball from the 2 to the 4, then I should be okay. Should. the 4 ball does not pass by the 5 ball. Ugh, this makes getting on the 5 interesting. I obviously wanted to be right here, right? Because then I could just play a stop shot and be on the 5. So now I have to move the cue ball a bit. Don't scratch. Okay, good. Come on, big bounce. There we go. And like I said, solving the 6 ball at the very beginning of the rack is what makes the rack beatable, right? So this is what I learned from Demetrius when I was in Minnesota taking his boot camp. The game is called 9 ball, right? We all know and understand that. But that rack right there was called 6 ball, because if I don't figure out what to do with the 6 ball, I end up losing the rack. So I hope everybody at least finds that to be helpful on how to deal with the rack if you're wanting to go for the win. Like I said, if you at least recognize that what I did is outside of your skill set, then fine. You end up playing a defensive shot somewhere in there in an actual match. But when you're practicing, go for it. See what you're capable of doing, and then you start realizing that there are things that you can actually do on the table that you just weren't aware of because you never really think about trying them. Then of course that builds up your confidence, right? Because then when it comes to real match like environments, you have to decide: do you go for it or do you play safe? One or the other. Sometimes it's going to be worth going for it. Sometimes it's going to be worth playing safe. It all just really depends. You know, how you're feeling, how you're shooting, what's the score, etc., etc. Ah. See, that's still down here. So, bad break. Doodly doodly doo. Another collision. Get down here, 6 ball. Ah, that's a 0. Ah. All right, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it. I'm pretty sure. I've gotten to a point now to where like I just need to make sure that I satisfy the 3-point. I don't know if I need to clean the balls, or whatever, but I've never struggled this much at making at satisfying the 3-point rule. Let's see, what do we got here? Hey, Jimmy Beasley, how's it going? Dusty tables, that whirring sound that you're probably hearing is when I'm at the head of the table, because that's where my mini split is. And I do have it on so that way I can keep the garage cool in here while I'm playing. Chances are that's probably what you heard. I'm just reading through some of the chats here. That caught me up on everything. Voices? What voices did you hear? Was I mumbling to myself during some of the shots, Dusty? All right. So like I said, sorry about that, Jabru. Wasn't able to complete it with your rack pattern. Matt Hall, your rack pattern is going to be next. Yeah, Robert, you couldn't have said that any better. Like, I mean, sometimes the nights go good, sometimes the nights go bad. I've had some really good nights where, like, I start off slowly with like scoring like 50s or something, but then it slowly starts to climb up, and then I set a personal best, and that's really the gist of it, right? My personal best seen on stream is 77. I actually have an off camera personal best of 79, and AJ or Tally of Cali Nightlife and Dad Life seen it on our Discord server because that's where I was streaming it into our Discord server, so it wasn't recorded. But since it wasn't recorded and it wasn't live streamed or whatever, then I don't count the 79. I only count the 77. So clearly, with my high score of 77, it gets harder and harder to beat that because it's not like I put up the 77 the first time I did this. In the Bang Time virtual tournament that I played in on the second one, I set the record at 68. And Jim, I don't even remember when did I do that. It wasn't. It obviously wasn't on my like debut match against what's his name from South Carolina, Morgan from South Carolina. I think it happened like somewhere in the middle of the tournament where I actually scored a 68, and that record so far has stuck. No one's been able to beat it until or beat it during Bang Time's live stream until I did eventually beat it again in an exhibition match that I had with a gentleman by the name of Danny, who's a friend of Roosters, because we played the same format as an exhibition match on Bang Time's YouTube channel. And during that match, I won the match with a new personal best on competition stream with a 71. So I don't know if Jim, I don't know if you're still going to use that as like the new record, or if 68 is still going to be the record in your next tournament that I think you're getting ready to have. I thought I saw some comments somewhere on your community wall that you have the 8 players that you are wanting for your next match, or I'm sorry, for your next tournament. So yeah, it's I don't I don't play perfect every single time. If you watch some of my APA matches, there are matches where I played decent, and then there are matches where I played horribly. I still managed to come out with a victory, or I did eventually did get beat. But like you said, that's just the name of the game. Sometimes I play good, sometimes I play bad. It all just really depends. I mean, it highly depends on me, obviously. Dennis Jr., the Honduran, or I hope, is it Honduran 15 ball rotation pool? I've seen a video of that on YouTube, and I do want to try that. What is it? It's 3, 6, 9, 12. Wait, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All I know is that there's a ball at every diamond on the rail, and you're supposed to run them in numerical order. So there's a specific formation that they're all supposed to be in, and you run them in numerical order. And there's cases where like the next lowest ball is actually blocked by another ball, which is the next highest ball after that. So you either have to bank it, play a combo, or do something. The video that I saw that on, it was amazing to watch that guy actually run all the balls off the table. And I do eventually want to try it. I just haven't sat down and tried it long enough. So I do know what I do know what you're talking about though. And I will eventually try it. There's a couple of other things that, like I said, I'll eventually give it a try. It's just scheduling. It's for me, it's all about scheduling. Every time, people always ask me like, "Hey, when can you do this? When can you do this?" And my number one answer is, it depends. It's all about timing. If I had the ability to just make YouTube videos every day, then this probably wouldn't be an issue. But I don't. I'm a career software developer. That's what I do to pay my bills and stuff, and that holds priority. So usually when it comes to just doing YouTube stuff, it's always restricted to the weekends. unless I have times off during the week. Like, at least this week, I think y'all got what, 3 videos out of me. You got like a short Tristan's coaching lesson, and I think there was a video before that, and then you get a live stream. So you got 4 videos out of me in a week or a week's time frame, which is usually rare. I'm lucky if I can get 2 videos out a week. Okay, cool. So 68 is still the tournament record. Though in your format on your stream, you have the 71, which is like an exhibition match record. So cool. Oh, holy crap. What is this? Jimmy Beasley, thank you so much for the $25 super chat, man. You have been a real big support of the channel here when I do my live streams here. You're saying celebrating my first doubles win, playing great even with the cast. Still in APA 2, but I've won 9 out of 15 this session, and that is awesome because I do remember that you are playing with a broken hand. So obviously that's why you mentioned even with a cast. So if you're still doing as well as you are under the conditions that you're playing, that is freaking awesome, dude. Super freaking awesome. Monique, you want to know where my shirt is from? I actually can't find like this design anymore. I've seen designs that are really close to it. Like there might be like a couple of balls like over here by the shoulder blades area that pretty much say the same thing. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it because I had someone ask about this before also, and I thought I did find it somewhere on Amazon. So let me look. Yeah. Here it is. It's not exactly what you see me wearing, but it's like the closest thing I've been able to find to it. So here, I'll post it in the chat and then I'll eventually add it to the description. So you can see that if you click on the link and look at the shirt, it's got 2 8 balls up at the top, and the I have no idea what I'm doing is written a little bit differently, but it still has the same guy or the same visage of a guy shooting pool. This is the closest resemblance I've been able to find of this shirt, because this shirt I got like a couple of years ago when I saw it on Amazon. I was like, I have to have this shirt because this is an amazing shirt. Just walking around saying, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm playing pool. Yves de Montgaliard. This is a buddy of mine from Canada that I recently met from the Queued Up Network's Virtual Ghost. And he's saying I should have a shirt that looks like this, that instead of having a visage of a person, it should have Jim Telfer on here. And if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, you'd have to go on to the Queued Up Network's Facebook page or the Queued Up Network's YouTube channel and check out some of their live streams that they've done with the virtual ghost. And you can hear Jim Telfer in the background doing some commentary. And there's actually a couple of events where Jim Telfer actually did participate. He's a very fantastic player, like 700 plus Fargo rating and stuff, but an all around really funny guy as well. Oh, that's interesting, Dusty. You've shot 15 ball rotation before, but not with all the balls on the spots. Dollar for every ball and extra for the 8 and the 15. That sounds like a ring game. Is that what you're referring to? You're doing a 15 ball rotation ring game? I've done that before too. Except I think what we do on that one is, or what we've done in the past is that we would do like $1 on the 5 ball, $1 on the 10 ball, and then $2 on the 15 ball. All the other balls are not worth anything. Okay, let's give the fourth set a try. This is going to be with Matt Hall's pattern. 135792. So the 2 ball is gone. 135792. 4, 6, 8. So I can already see that the rack pattern here is going to be very interesting. There's that collision, but the 7 ball's at least going to come down here. So we got to at least try to go for a 9. Oh, slow down. Oh my goodness. That's what I was trying to run into the 9 ball, not get hooked behind it. Ah. Garbage. Let's see here. I have to try to dart this in without hitting the microphone. Or at least hit it. Do I get lucky? I do not. And then I would have to bank the 7 ball in. So slow start. What is that? A 5? Right? Yeah, that's a 5. All right. 1, 3, 5. 7, 9, 2. 4, 6, 8. You know, if that 1 ball would have fell on the side, that would have been great, because this is an illegal break. Keep forgetting what these last 3 are. 4, 6, 8. There's that collision again. Get down here, 7. All right, that'll at least work. That'll at least work. Okay, looks like we have to play a combination. So hopefully the 4 ball doesn't fall. Ah, that kind of did what I wanted. except the cue ball was supposed to stay on the rail as well. I probably should have just tried to make sure that the 4-ball fell at the same time. Looks like the banks are cut off. Ah, goodness gracious. So I'm gonna try to kick this one in. Ha! One hard shot after another, right? At least that makes up for the last kick shot where I completely missed the ball. Do I kick this one in? Nah, we don't kick this one in. We try to jump bank this one in, right? Another highlight shot, right? Jump bank this one into the cross side pocket. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, man, I thought I made it. Oh, that would have been great. Decent position on the 7-ball. What did I score? I scored another 5. Let's see here, because let's just take the 5 off. I got a 5 on this one. The question is going to be is would I have been able to make this ball and get shape on the 8? Because I have to try to avoid scratching because this is a thin cut shot. I just want to see if I can do it. Nope. Ended up undercutting it. Had I cut it correctly, I don't know. I can't really tell if I would have gotten positions. That was another 5. Blah. Okay. So a slow, consistent start. 2 5s. Golly, why am I having so much trouble with the 3-point rule today? All right, I tell you what. I can score an 87. Okay, so we're still good. But it's time to hit the balls. We're actually going to see if we can start playing position for the 1 ball in this pocket here. I'm not going to be like super blasting the ball, but I am going to try to, because you already saw it goes here and then here. I'm going to try to hit it hard enough to where it comes up over here. And I should hopefully still have a shot at it while the 2-ball falls. So we're going to be hitting these slightly harder. Well, so much for that, but I at least satisfied the 3-point rule, and the 1 ball is parked right next to the side pocket. So we can attempt to go for an 11 here. Looks like I have to get the cue ball to go up table and back down for position on the 3. Don't run into the 4 ball. Slow down, cue ball. Now you see how soft I hit that? And then look what I get. Like, I thought I hit that pretty soft. Ah, goodness gracious. All right, this is going to be a kick bank. At least that's what I'm trying. I at least get a hit. So much for that. 4, 5, 6. So that's a 3. Ah, man, down to a 79. So clearly, if I would have just taken ball in hand on that one, I could have played natural position going into going from the 1 to the 3 rather than having to come down table and then back up. And I thought I hit that cue ball rather softly. And so based on the results that I got, the solution isn't to hit softer. In my opinion, the solution would be to hit a little bit harder, so that way the cue ball comes off of this rail and then bounces back up to give me the position that I was looking for on the 3 ball. See, here comes the 1 ball. And it looks like it goes. Yeah, I think it goes. It's close. Oh, except if I clip the 3 ball. No good. So I'm going to play a couple more racks of this one because that pretty much ends the set because I want to try to get my break warmed up for the next set. Because what? I only made 2 balls on that one, I think, because then I missed the 1. So we're just going to do a couple of racks here to get my arm warmed up for breaking harder as we try to get position for the 1 in the opposite corner. So that way we hopefully know that we're going to satisfy the 3-point rule. This is actually how I was able to break one of my personal bests playing this strategy rather than trying to play position for the 1 over here. And see, if stuff like that happens, I mean, it happens. Right? Nothing I can really do about that, except just roll with it. And sometimes just judging how hard I'm supposed to hit a ball. That's what I was afraid of. All right, 1 more rack, and then we're going to take a break. That was a 6. This is my worst set. But I'm obviously liking that I'm satisfying the 3-point rule. I just don't really like the layouts that I'm getting after the break. But the night is young. And we're gonna get this damn goal. So normally I would probably take a ball in hand on this one, but I'm gonna go ahead and go for it. And I run into the 7. Okay, so I think that at least wakes my arm up for that one. 3, 6, 7. So that was another 2. So yeah, that would have been that probably would have been my worst set for the night had I finished it. So sorry about that, Matt. Couldn't do it with your rack pattern. We'll see what I can do with Roopster's pattern. But I feel like I'm starting to quote unquote wake up. Let's see, what do we have here? What's everybody talking about? Lots of different chit chats here. Oh, I like this one, and I like Bang Time's answer. Brandon Shamo, any tips for captaining, being the captain of an A-ball or an APA team? And Jim is or Bang Time Pool's answer is don't. So here's what I've learned on being a captain for the last 3 years. Because when I first played APA, I never wanted to be a captain. I didn't like the idea of being in charge of people because I just didn't like the idea that if people didn't show up for whatever reason, then I would be upset, right? Because it's just like there are people that obviously play for fun, and I get that, and so that's why it's not supposed to be that serious. But to me, there's a fine line between playing for fun and then being on a team, right? Because if you're being on a team, that means you're relying on one another to be there when you're needed, and that's regardless of whether or not you have a 5 player roster, a 6 player roster, seven, or an eight, because you can have up to 8 members on a roster. So usually when some people can't show up, you pull in somebody else to replace that person. So, what I've been able to learn, especially since, because of technology, right? We have cell phones now and Facebook, text messaging, instant messaging, and all that other kind of stuff. My team members are very well aware that let them know who is going to play a week in advance, like pretty much like right when the schedule is out. And based on who the opponents are, knowing who the opponents are, I determine what their best roster could be. Like if they're going to throw their absolute best roster, these are the players that it's going to be. And then based on that, I choose what my roster is going to be, which could be a mixture of things. Typically, it's going to be like 1 or 2 high players, one medium player, and then 2 low players. And my roster that I have is designed to where people can be shuffled around. Like I'm the highest player on my team, so I'm usually always a staple to play. But sometimes we've actually had opponents where in 8 ball, they don't have a 6 or a 7. So that means the lowest or the highest player that I could potentially play is a 5, which I've done from time to time. But I also have 5s on my team. So when we come up against teams that are like that, that's actually a night that I can have off and then be able to rotate other players in. So these players know, my team members know a week in advance who's supposed to play, or a few days in advance. And so that way, if they know they cannot play, right, then they would obviously hopefully let us know 2 or 3 days in advance that they can't play, because then that immediately allows us to replace the player with somebody else. Now, every once in a while, sometimes there's always a last minute cancellation, right? Not everything can always go according to plan. Sometimes I've had players had to cancel at last minutes due to work, due to emergencies, whatever, right? That's all well and good. That happens from time to time. So you have to account for that. You have to be respectful of that. But it's definitely something different when you schedule people to play and they don't show up and they don't notify why they don't show up. But I don't usually have that happen on any of my teams. So if you're going to captain a team, you obviously want to have a team of people that are going to be reliable. And by reliable, I do not mean by they're always going to show up when you want them to be. Reliable also includes if they're unable to show up, they will let you know well in advance. So that way you can substitute them with somebody else, right? Because not everybody's going to want to play every single solitary week. If you've been to a typical APA night, the nights can be rather long. Sometimes I'm usually at the pool hall until like 11, sometimes midnight. And I think the longest I've been there is 1 a.m. In an APA match. right? So what I also try to do when it comes to rotating members is the order in which everybody's going to play, because we do typically try to match skill level for skill level. And sometimes people are like, hey, if it's possible, can I play first so that way I can leave? I mean, I do try to accommodate that from time to time, but I also make sure that those people know that if they're leaving early this week, they're staying late next week, because I can't always allow the same people to leave early and always allow the same people to stay late, because to me, I just think that's unfair, right? Because if I have team members that are not willing to look at me as a teammate like I look at them as a teammate, then that, to me, that almost creates a conflict, because people will want to look at me and say, well, you're the captain, you're supposed to stay late and do all this and do that. And I'm like, I'll give you that, but like, don't you think I deserve a night off as well? Or is it just y'all that deserve a night off? So I want to make sure that even my team members look at me as a team member and not just as a leader, because I typically try to also train my team members to become leaders. We started off with one team. Now we have two teams. We have one 8-ball team and we have one 9-ball team. And they're all consisted of people that have been on my teams when we originally started as 8-ball. And I trained them to obviously keep score, keep tabs on people. I've had threes that have people that start off as threes with me eventually become fives and sixes, and so those that become five and sixes eventually start leading. I've had some of my fours do captaining, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not all the weight is just on me, but it's delegated, it's spread out, like just like how a manager would do in a job. But it's always making sure that it's done with people that I think are reliable. And whenever an issue does come up with reliableness, it's addressed immediately. And obviously try to address it in a friendly manner. It's not like you want to be aggressive towards the person, like, hey, what's the deal? Why aren't you able to show up on a regular basis like everybody else? You want to try to be understanding of people's scenarios and what they have to deal with and stuff, and figure out how you can accommodate one another, but always making sure that you're doing this nice rotation of things where, like, you have a nice rotation of people playing throughout the session. You have a nice rotation of those that get to play early and leave versus those that get to play and stay late. So that way it's as even, as balanced as possible. And everybody should be fair with that. And basically, if you find that you have someone that's just not cool with that, then chances are you wouldn't want them to be on your team. Like, it would be a waste of time, because that, to me, like, that's the best way to have fun with all of this, where everybody is doing practically the same exact thing throughout the entire session, and not one thing is being favored to one player over another. Because, like I said, it's a team. And the moment you start focusing on one individual player because of whatever scenario that they happen to be in, it doesn't become a team anymore. It becomes about that one person. And I just don't think that's something that you're going to want to try to handle. And that's with being able, trying to be as accommodating as possible, right? But there's only so much. Like, you have to accommodate one person and then forget that there are three other people on the team that you also have to try to accommodate. So one shouldn't have precedence over the other. And then there's yourself, even as the captain. Right? I don't agree with the argument that the captain should always be there late and the captain should do this and the captain should do that. I just don't agree with that. The captain is part of the team and should have the same privileges that he or she is trying to grant their team members, because then that creates the cohesive team that you want to have, to play, to have fun, make it to cities, make it to the world championships, etc., etc. Nice long-winded answer, but I hope that answers your question. Let's see here. What else do we got here? I like seeing that, yeah, you guys and gals have, like, your own little conversations here in the chat. That's awesome. Okay, that looks like it's pretty much back to normal. Don't really see anything there. Okay, I like this. I've seen a conversation go on about the 3-point rule and, like, why use it. Um, I mean, why not? Right? If you're going to argue against something, give me all the pros and cons of why you would be for something versus against something. So if you're basically if I hear that you're basically against using the 3-point rule, then to me I have to think that you're just against a level of difficulty. Right? If I take out the 3-point rule, which I can clearly do, I mean, this is my home table, whatever, I can do whatever. And I've seen the comments to where like it's not used in like typical tournament plays, et cetera, et cetera. And you're right, it's mostly done at a professional level. All well and good. But it adds a level of difficulty to the game. And I'm at a point now, or I believe that I'm at a point to where I can accept that level of difficulty to be in the game. Y'all have seen me do it. That's why I have a 77 as a personal high score in this particular format using the 3-point rule system. If I take it away, then chances are, and y'all notice how I talk, right? I don't say I'm guaranteed to do these things. I would say chances are I have a high probability of beating a 77 if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, because I'm going to break differently. I'm going to make sure the ball is spread out to where they don't clutter back up. And I'll probably make sure that I'm going to have position on the one ball to go into the side pocket because I've studied the rack that much. And soft breaking makes a run out a little bit easier, particularly if all the balls are going to be at the foot end of the table and I never have to transition to the head of the table. Right? So all it is it's a level of difficulty that I am okay with playing with. Some people might not be okay with playing with that, and that's perfectly fine. But there shouldn't really be an argument of whether or not you should use it or not use it. Just, whatever you feel comfortable playing, just go ahead and go ahead and play it. It doesn't make it one better than the other. This is harder to do. We accept that. And so if I'm able to play well, I'm able to play well. If I don't play well, I don't play well. It's no big deal. Jabru Journey, you're wanting to know about my pockets. So these are standard pockets. Standard meaning that I have 4.5 inch corner pockets and 5-inch side pockets. I do have extra felt that's actually sitting under the table. And I've said this plenty of times throughout the year that my table is going to get refelted. I've got plenty of burn marks all over my table now, but I don't really have any holes in my felt yet. So I'm kind of okay with the burn marks. But the moment holes start to appear in my felt, that's pretty much when I'm going to start changing the felt. And when I do get the felt changed, I'm having my pockets cut to pro cut, meaning that the corner pockets should be 4 1/4, and I think the side pockets will be 4.5. So that's going to force me to be more accurate than what you see me be now. So that way, when I go out in public and play, that if I'm playing on standard pockets again with 4.5 corner pockets and 5-inch quarter or side pockets, it should be easier for me to be able to play. But we'll see. I don't know when it's going to happen. I've said it constantly that I'm going to do it at some point in time. I just haven't. I have a buddy of mine that has his own personal businesses where he replaces or repairs pool tables, and him and I have worked out a deal where he'll come over and refelt my table at a decent price because I've already got everything. I've got the shims, I've got the felt, everything, and he's going to allow me to record it. So you'll get to see the table get taken apart, put back together, and blah blah. I'll obviously time lapse it because that's going to be a long video. I think he said it takes him about 2 or 3 hours to do the entire table by himself. Sometimes a little bit quicker if he has a helper. Like I might help him take the rails off and put the rails back on. But for the most part, it should take about 2 or 3 hours. And I'm going to record the whole thing. Maybe get to talk to him and have him explain like what he's doing, how stuff works, blah blah blah, and then time lapse all that together for some type of video for everybody to watch. Okay, that's enough chit chatter. Let's move on to Roopster's pattern. This is the 5th pattern for the night. Doesn't mean it's going to be the last one. I've been playing for 3 hours. If I have to, I'll go get another microphone because I know this microphone's going to die at about 5 hours in. But on this set, we are going to be breaking harder. And we're going to try to set up for the one ball to be set up for the other corner pocket, y'all's right top corner pocket. So that way we have a higher probability at satisfying the 3-point rule. Hopefully there won't be any clutters. And then we'll just see what we get. I mean, I can only guess that I probably need to clean the balls, clean my table and stuff. I usually let like a few weeks go by before I actually clean everything. So I don't know if that's a variable as to why sometimes the break is just not behaving. Y'all saw that I had one break that I was pretty much looking for the entire night. I just haven't been able to reproduce it. Right? We get the 3-point roll, but then I mean, look at this mess. Right? This is what we don't want to deal with, but we're going to deal with it. And even the 8-ball is a bit tricky. Let's see here. Still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the 6-ball. Oh, gosh, I didn't hit that hard enough. I was trying to come all the way around to play the 6 over here. And it looks like I'm going to have to try to go for a combo. And if I look and see where the 6-ball is going by itself, it's going to go this way. So I might be able to bank the 6 back here off of the 7. But the main shot is the 7-ball. See, I almost made the 6 also. Barely missed the 7. And that's the reason why I played the cue ball up here for position on the 8. So that's a 5. So ideally, I'd want to see about taking just a little bit of power off of the break so that way I don't get that 4-ball clutter like I did. 1, 5, 4, 7. Wait, no, not 5, 4. 5, 6. This is 7, 9, 4. I hope I played the last rack correctly. 2, 3, 8. Like I said, I don't want that 4-ball clutter that I had to work around. So and see that when the clutter is, or when the collision is that bad, even with a hard hit, I don't even satisfy the 3-point rule. Why do I keep forgetting what the top 2 are? Right, 2, 3, 8. Yes. Okay. That time, everything basically behaved the way I would expect it to behave. Except normally I would want the 1 ball to still be on the table. Yeesh. Don't like the transition from the 2 to the 3, even though we are going to play it. Oh. I thought I hit it with enough bottom to where I could hit it that softly and not have that happen. Oh my goodness. Ah. This is not turning out to be a good night. There we go. Transition from the 2 to the 3 still stinks. You know what? I think I'm going to take ball in hand on this one. That way I can do an easier transition from the 2 to the 3. Like this. This is much easier to do than from the original position that I had. And actually, you know what? Let's try this. Lucky flick off the 7. That could have ended disastrously if I would have gotten hooked. Decelerated my stroke on that one. That's why the cue ball's not where I would like it to be. But we recovered well. All right. So 2 slow starts and then a 9. Okay. Let's see what we can do next. See, I'm consistently making that 1 ball in the side pocket now. Let's see if we can get position on the 3 ball. Let's go for an 11. Oh, never mind. So much for that. I probably should have went for a 9. So that was a 3. 77. All right. I can tie my personal best. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, we didn't make the 1 ball that time. But we at least satisfied the 3-point rule. I had to cheat that pocket there just to get down here like this. Get behind the 6 a little bit. That way I can naturally come over to the other side rail because I don't want to be straight in. Give me a little bit of an angle here so I can draw back. End up on the long side of the 8, not the short side. Slow down. Oh, come on. Wow. Oh, man. And I think that ends that set. Yeah, sorry, Roopster. I got a 73. I'd end up with a 73 if I was able to complete everything. Oh, well. But like I said, we're not done for the night. The night is too early. Next pattern is going to be mine, and then I'll probably maybe take a couple of more. Have a shot, and then I'll be more lucid focused. Actually, you know what? It probably wouldn't be a bad idea if I get a drink. And I'm not talking about an alcoholic beverage either. Ugh. I do feel a little parched. So I have some green tea. All right. Let's see here. Hey, Jimmy, thanks for stopping by. You have yourself a good night. Keep up the good work with what you're doing with the league, and I hope your hand is still off to a speedy recovery. Everybody's talking about Earl Strickland and his antics. It's too funny. So Jared Newman, you actually ask a really good question. It says, how come when you shoot more power seems to make you miss shots? I tend to have the same issue often. I don't really have an exact answer for that, except for it could be a number of things. It could be that with the amount of power that I'm putting into a shot, I'm just not compensating enough for cue ball deflection off of the tip of my cue. It could be that the amount of frictional throw, like spin-induced throw or cut-induced throw, is either enhanced or reduced from the power of the hit, and I'm not compensating for that. I just haven't studied it enough to give you an exact answer. on that. But more times than not, I always know that when I do have to muscle the cue ball around, that's when I'm at the highest risk of missing. If I can stay within finesse and just be able to just have the cue ball dance around the table, then that's when I'm more successful at being able to run the table. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that last name, but Brian, is 9 ball your primary game? Um, I, I guess I would say so. I play 8 ball, I play 9 ball, I play 10 ball, I've played straight pool, and I've dabbled with one pocket. But right now, this all I'm doing here is just a personal goal that I'm trying to achieve. And if I can achieve that personal goal, then my live streams are going to change to something else. They could be, doing playing the ghost in 10 ball, playing the ghost in 8 ball, playing straight pool, or doing whatever. I don't have Red Bull, Tristan, and Red Bull doesn't even work on me. Like when I used to travel for tournaments, like drive like hour or 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours to pool tournaments. I'm usually pretty notorious for like maybe kind of dozing off at the wheel sometimes, and so I would try to drink some Red Bull to keep me wired when I'm driving, and it still wouldn't matter. I would still get sleepy while behind the wheel and stuff. And the only thing I know that helps me stay awake while I'm driving is having someone to talk to, whether it's on the phone, whether it's in person, or whatever. So usually when I'm driving for long distances, I'll end up calling somebody to chit chat while I'm driving because it just helps me stay awake. Because Red Bull doesn't do it. You just had some green tea, Monique? Was it um, was it diet mango green tea? What's the goal? The goal is to try to score between 81 to 99. 81 would be if I were to break and run every rack with ball in hand after the break. 99 would be if I break and run every rack without taking ball in hand. And that's regardless if I make a ball on the break or not. Since I'm using a template rack, I'm always going to make the wing ball. So I'm always basically playing 8 ball, running out 8 balls after that, unless I happen to pocket other balls. So usually what I try to do with this format is I try to score an 11 every now and again. So that way I have a buffer for making a mistake. Because anytime I score an 11, I'm 2 points ahead of pace. So therefore, I can actually afford to take like an 8 or a 7 in a later rack, as long as I can counteract it with another 11 to keep having that buffer. Some people have said, well, why don't you just try just scoring nines? I mean, I've tried that before, and I mean, I'm sure I could eventually do it eventually, but I just like having that buffer. But speaking of which, let's go ahead and give it a try. Let's use my favorite rack pattern. And I kept saying it over and over again. So let's go ahead and at least do this. I have a ball washer I can put these in, but I usually let that go for a few minutes. But let's at least wipe these down and see if they'll behave a little bit better. Okay. Let's see if these behave a little bit better with my favorite rack pattern, and that is 1, 6, 3, 7, 9, 4, 5, 8, 2. Okay, that's a good break. I'm going to go for an 11. Oh my gosh, I held it for the... We're going to mulligan this rack. I held it for the 2-ball because that was such a thin cut. So I'm going to mulligan that rack. So hopefully y'all saw, though, that on that break there, I think it looked like everything behaved. Every ball went practically where I wanted it to go, except for the cue ball. The cue ball was slightly off to one side of the table. Let's try that again. There's that bad collision. So that's a non-compliant break. Cue ball's in the center of the table this time. And yeah, I am trying to go back to my regular style of breaking where I set up for the 1 ball in the side pocket. Or the corner pocket, I mean. Sorry. There we go. Even get a little friendly bump off the 7. Don't get in the way, though. Golly. So there's it is. There's the break minus the interference that I have between the 1 and the 7. I am going to take ball in hand, but this is the spread that I've been trying to produce all night. And I did it once already during one of the other sets. So the question is going to be is if I can do it again. Can keep doing it consistently. Slow down, ball. Come on. Big bounce. Come on. I didn't think I'd hit you harder than that. There we go. Man, feels like it's been a while since I did that. There we go. Okay. So like I said, the goal is going to be let's reproduce that break. Let's not have the 7 ball interfere with the 1 ball because, like I said, if everything goes according to plan, the 1 and the 7 are going to be down there, and the 3 ball will either go into the side pocket or not, and the 2 ball will be down there for set up for that corner pocket over there. So let's see if we can do it again. Oh, we got a collision. 8-ball falls, but we don't have the 1-ball satisfying the 3-point rule. Otherwise, this probably would have been a really good rack, except for the 2-ball being way down here. So the 2-ball looks like it's colliding with the 8-ball being where it's at right here. The 2-ball is basically doing this and then running into the 8-ball. And that's what keeps it pretty much down here. Doesn't happen all the time. When really what I want to happen is for the 7-ball to flick off of the 8-ball, because that's what causes the 8-ball to land over here next to the 5-ball. Oh, that's a 0. So let's start over. We got to do this. We got to do this. All right. So there's one little trick that I'm going to try that I've seen produce consistent results also, and that's going back to this, where I'm breaking a little bit further away from the rail to where I can actually use a closed hand bridge. All well and good, but I still don't satisfy the 3-point rule. This is literally has been the most I've struggled with satisfying the 3-point rule. Actually, you know what? Let's make another change. Let's go from an AccuRack to a Magic Rack. Let's see if this can make a little bit of a difference. Okay, you can see we still end up with a collision. So it's not like it's really that big of an improvement. Whoops. That's what I meant by whoops. The type of positioning I had to play for from the 5 or the transition from the 5 to the 7. All right. Let's see what we can do with this pace. Mm. Okay, I can accept that. You can see the two ball keeps colliding in such a way where, like, look at the mess that it leaves itself in. Man. Got to make sure that I pretty much just land straight on the two ball so I don't have to worry about scratching in the side pocket. That is not, oh my gosh, that's what I get for elevating. Like, I'm supposed to be somewhere over here. And so what I thought was I was shooting the ball in such a way to draw the ball back here. And then my eyes obviously fooled myself to allow the cue ball to come back here. So yes, I'm happy I have position on the 5 ball, but this is it by in no way means the way I was intending on getting position. And now that I've got negative thoughts in my head, I need to clear them so I can try to address this shot appropriately. Overhit that one. I think I ran over a piece of dirt or something because I saw the cue ball shimmy. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to back cut the ball in. Not sure what to do here. I can try to combo the 9 in. That'll give me, what, 6 plus 2? That's an 8. That's better than taking a 6 if I don't make this. The only oddballish thing I see here is watching the 6 ball go here, here, and then here, which means it might go over here with the right power. Oh, never mind, way off. Actually, it looks like I could have made it down here. So that's a 6. So that puts me 3 points behind. I can get an 11. Then it'll only be 1 point behind. All right. So 2 times in a row, though, we saw that the 2 ball ends up in a really bad spot after the break. There's that collision, but at least the 7 ball is going to get down here. So this will work. little flick off the 5 ball, but I can at least still see the 3. Just don't have the most ideal position that I would have wanted. Ah, crap. That hurts. 3, 4, 5. So that's a 4. Oops, not a 4 there. 4 here. All right. I got position on the 5, just didn't cut the 3 ball enough. Okay, that's a little better. Do I have a shot at the 1 ball? I do not. So, typically in scenarios like that, if I don't have a shot, I will be taking ball in hand. But if I at least have a shot, I can try to go for an 11. Don't want to have to back cut the 5 ball this much. Now I'm transitioning from 1 heart shot to the next until I get back in line. Okay, I'm somewhat back in line. And clearly I don't want to be this much on the rail. I thought it hit it hard enough to be off of the rail. Oh, I saw the magic rack flick on that one. And that's where people would argue that you should take it off. You're not wrong. $83. That means I can afford 1 more 9, and everything else has to be 11s after that. That's a much better flick off of the 2 and the 6. Another shot that I basically overhit. Good job there. Man, that's frustrating. All right, good recovery. And then there's an 11. Okay. Whew. Making this harder on myself than I need to. Okay, there's a bad collision, but we're still okay. Still okay, except for the 5-ball. I wanted a position where I can get over here for the 5-ball. I mean, I can still possibly get over here. When you got to move the cue ball like that, accuracy is just, my goodness. And this is where you can retrospect and saying, you should have took the combo. Get off. I did not think I was going to hit the 9-ball. Oh my gosh. That's a heartbreaker. I clearly thought I was going to end up right here. Oh! This is obviously dangerous, right? I have to hit this perfect. Nowhere near. I was just so afraid to hit it so hard that the cue ball would just fly right off the table. Oh man! After back cutting that 5-ball too. Where does that put me? I think that puts me behind 79. I can beat my personal best though. So I'm getting better breaks now that I've been struggling with them the entire night. All right. Let's see if I can top my personal best. I have to do if I do nothing. If I do one more 9, then I can only tie my personal best. So I have to do all 11s from here on out, and then I'm gonna take a break. Okay. Like I said, where was this all night? There we go. Like all night. Two more. Can I do this 2 more times? Then I have a new personal best. Well, I have a new streamed personal best. I've done a 79 before. Just not streamed. But if it's not recorded, it doesn't count, right? You have to see it to believe it. And the funny part is I'm going to come back and sit down and talk to y'all, and y'all are going to tell me I messed up the scoreboard somewhere, because that's what I'm notorious for as well. Ah! Crap. 7 ball, bounced the 1 ball, a little too rough. But we're going for it. Wait for it. Really wait for it. Oh my goodness. All right. Like I said, I'm not done. I am far from done. Starting to see the breaks now. Like that last break there was perfect. Like if that happened earlier on in the set, that would have been better for me, because then I would have just gladly taken the 9. Whew. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to change microphones here, because I know that this Bluetooth is gonna die here soon. Let's see, Dusty Tables, thanks for stopping by. You have yourself a good night. Tim Z, you're not wrong with that comment there. That if you fail to meet the 3-point rule on the first attempt, that normally you should just try to smash the rack just so you can satisfy it. But I mean, you're also right that I just don't. I try to stay consistent. That's all. Because really, if I'm barely not satisfying the 3-point rule, it's usually because of the 1 ball. The 1 ball doesn't track off of the side rail and gets over to the head string. So we're talking like no different than lagging, right? If you lag and go down to the end table and come back, and you end up one diamond away from the head rail, well, then how much harder do you have to hit it to actually get it on the rail? And the way that physically feels when you do that is unnoticeable. And so that's usually what I'm struggling with when it comes to adjusting the power of my break is if I'm barely not satisfying the 3 point rule, because y'all should have seen there were plenty of breaks where like just I needed one more ball to cross over, and it was like that far away from the head string. So how do I get that ball that didn't make it to meet? And we're talking like just a smidget of power more to add into the break just to get it to do that. But I'm always working for controlled breaks to stay consistent. Okay, that pretty much caught up there. All right, we got Jeff Warren from Fun with Nine Ball. How's it going, sir? Thanks for stopping by my stream. Tristan, you're asking what's my reaction of your first break in your video where you got the cue ball to pop and then stop in the middle of the table. I mean, it's a thing. It's not something that I'm surprised at. Like it's just a thing that you can do because if you're breaking with a slightly elevated cue with a little bit of topspin on the cue ball being bounced back the way that it did and hopping into the air and then halting right in the middle of the table is expected. Like that's what's supposed to happen when you do it appropriately. Tyler Steyer is a master at doing that with the 10 ball break, and even Shane Van Boning does the same thing with the 10 ball break. So I mean, it's expected, and it was actually really good that you did it the first time, but you failed to do it the second time, right? So it's still all about consistency. Hey Monique, thanks for stopping by the stream. You have yourself a good night. Vinny M, you're wondering how many people send me videos of them shooting pool for me to analyze, and you're curious if you should send me one. Too many people send them to me. Too many people to the point to where Tristan Plays was the last person that I just recently did that I was asked to do by myself. I also have video reviews where I team up with Nate from the Queue It Up Network and Demetrius from MN Pool Bootcamp, and the three of us will review somebody's game. So I've reviewed all the videos that were asked of me to do by myself. I still have like I think 7 more to do with Nate and Demetrius. I don't know if I'll get to do all 7 of them with both of them. I might get to do some with just one of them, or I just might just do one by myself just so I can get them done. But after those last 7 are done, I'm not really accepting any more submissions to review. They pretty much consume my channel. I'm happy to help people out, which is why I'm not stopping doing video reviews. I'm just not really doing them on YouTube anymore. So what I've done is I've created a Facebook group. If you watch my last published video where I reviewed Tristan Plays playing through 2 racks of 8 ball, there's a link in the video description. There should be a link in this stream's description that gives you a link to that Facebook group that I'm talking about that you can join, and you're free to publish whatever videos you want of yourself playing through 8 ball, 9 ball, straight pool, 10 ball, whatever. Because the point of that group is for myself and the group members to comment on your gameplay as to what you could possibly have done on that particular rack, if they see any bad habits in your form or whatever. So that way you have a community of people that are helping you improve your game, including myself. And then as far as YouTube content, every once in a while, I can download one of those videos off of the Facebook group and then still create a full-fledged pool coaching lesson video. I just won't be tied down to doing it on demand anymore. And then plus having a community of people help me review other people's games is going to be helpful. I think it's just going to be more beneficial. So if you're interested in having your game reviewed, I would suggest joining that Facebook group and then record yourself playing through a couple of racks of games and then see what people can do with it, or see what kind of advice people can offer, including myself. Jamie Moles, you're doing a good job, Chris. I just recently discovered the channel and I'm learning a lot. Thank you. I have learned more watching your channel and keep it up. That's awesome. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I mean, I'm not the only pool YouTube pool instructor out there. I mean, there's Dr. Dave, there's Shara Very, there's Dupree Trick Shots, Tor Lori. Has some good ones. There's a couple of professionals like Max Eberly, Carl's Boys. Like, there's plenty of us out there. And everybody learns from everybody differently. There might be some people out there that watch my stuff and they don't understand anything that I'm talking about, and they go watch maybe like Dr. Dave, Neil's Fine, the Terminator has his own channel, and maybe they're able to pick up something from them. But then there's the vice versa, right? Maybe you guys might have seen something from other YouTubers that you just didn't really understand, and you come watch me explain the same exact thing, but for some reason I explain it a little bit better that allows you to understand it. That's what we're all here for. We all basically just piggyback off of one another in order to help people improve their games. Now, there is this stigma of, well, if you're not a professional pool player, you shouldn't be teaching. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, right? Because I'm at my skill level, whatever you want to call that to be. I'm a 620 Fargo rating, a 7 in APA, and I'm a 9 in APA 8 ball and a 9 in APA 9 ball. So whatever advice that I can offer, if that helps a skill level 3 become a skill level 4, I think I did my job, right? It doesn't take a professional pool player to help a skill level 3 to go to a skill level 4, or a 4 to go to a 5, or a 5 to go to a 6, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So there's going to be a point where like my advice probably stops because I only know what I know, and then that's probably where you're going to want to start maybe getting some professional advice from a professional pool player, because maybe they can explain some sort of phenomenon on the table better than I can. Why do you think I even went to Minnesota to train with Demetrius, who's like a 700 plus Fargo rating, and he's showed me things in my game that I've been missing for like the past 10 or 15 years, and I've been able to perform better ever since taking a boot camp from a much better pool player. Right? So that's pretty much how it all works. There's a hierarchy of teachers, and depending upon where you fall in your skill level, you're going to want to look to see if someone above your skill level can actually teach you to bring your level up. Hey, I see I got one of my locals in here, Wayne Morgan. How's it going, bud? Oh, you now have a table at your house? That's awesome, man. I guess I'm gonna have to come over sometime. Maybe we can hit some. Wayne Morgan is one of my locals, and he actually appeared in one of my videos. I think it's Pool Talk episode. What episode is it? I have to go look now that I'm talking about it. Really nice guy. And after we got done talking, we did I think it was a race to 3 exhibition match. Yeah, it's episode 4. Go check that video out. I said Wayne's got really good story. 'Cause when I was interviewing my locals, I pretty much would just ask them generic questions like what got you started in the game of pool, et cetera, et cetera. How long have you been playing? Are there any long-term, short-term goals that you have in mind in regards to like how good are you trying to be? Are you trying to be a professional, or are you just trying to be someone that can compete in your local area? Whatever. Like myself, I'm not trying to be a professional pool player. I'm a professional software developer. That's the choice that I've made in life. But what I would like to be is a pool player that can compete in my local area here in Texas. So as long as I'm able to like travel to maybe Dallas one day, or to Houston or San Antonio and compete in those events. Winning those events obviously would be great and wonderful, but if I'm able to at least get into the money, I try to participate in the Texas State Open, which is a yearly professional event that happens here in Texas. I've yet to cash in that event. I think the closest I've got to cashing in the Texas State Open is like 2 rounds out of the money, or something like that. So if I'm able to at least do those things, then I'm accomplishing the goal that I want. Clearly, I always want to be better at the game, but I'm far from being a professional level pool player. But I also don't strive to be one. It would probably be nice if I can actually achieve a 700 plus Fargo rating. Like, I think that would be cool. But I would have to probably be able to devote more time to practicing, more time to tournaments, et cetera, et cetera. And time is something that I basically struggle with, especially if I'm going to maintain a YouTube channel. Young Tran, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Like I said, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce this name, Brian, but you're asking what kind of things should you look for in buying your first pool cue? Go check out Pool Talk. I think it's episode 6, choosing your first cue, where I do a skit. I perform a skit on top of giving the advice that I tried to give for purchasing your first pool cue, because I don't want you to get hung up on thinking that you have to have like $1,000 cue like I own to be a good pool player, because that's just not true. Good equipment plays a part in you performing good, but it's not the biggest factor, nor is it the main factor at you being able to perform good. You are responsible for playing good. So go check out that video, and then if you still have any questions, obviously come back and ask. All right, I'm going to try again. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm still going to use my rack pattern to see what I can do with the score. So this is set number 7. Like I said, for the most part, the break was starting to finally cooperate. So let's see if I can do it again. Oh, maybe not so much on that one. Get down here, 3-ball. Okay. And see, can you imagine if I was going for a 99? Like, I would have to shoot this. And this is a shot that's makeable. I mean, I can cut that one ball into the corner pocket. Percentages are not very high for it, but I mean, it's doable. It's certainly doable. Just trying to think, how do I want to get position on the 2? Because I don't want to really settle for a cut shot that looks like this. I feel like doing something like this. Oh gosh, are you kidding me? Why did I run into it? All right, kick shot. This one here, I want to hit the short rail before I end up hitting the ball. Kind of like that. Oh, man. And that would have been perfect. But we're not going to take that score. We want to start the set off with a good score. Again. Did I make it though? No, that's a non-compliant break. The 1 ball made it, but the 6 ball did not. Come on, 2 ball. Stop colliding. I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to change to fix that. I thought I had it figured out at one point. All right, this will work though. Scratching on the brake does not matter. Scratching on the brake means I have to take ball in hand, so therefore I can try to go for a 9. So because I scratched on the brake though, that pretty much tells me how far off to the right of center that I had on the head ball I was actually aiming. But when you look at the spread that I have on the table, this is the spread I pretty much want to have for the entire set. And then it's just up to my shooting abilities to make good scores. Oh, I thought I hit you much harder than that, but whatever. All right. That we can start with. That we can start with. Let's see here. All right, so on the last break, I aimed too far to the right, so I need to bring it in just a little bit. Still too far to the right. Almost didn't satisfy the 3-point rule, but the 6 and the 7 came down here. I do have position on the 1 ball, so I can go for an 11. And that's what we're going to try. Oop, don't lose my chalk. Golly, thought I hit that harder. There's no reason for me to use the side rail on this one. I have to hit that just a little bit harder just to get positioned like that. that just a little too hard, even left-handed. Even hit that one a little too hard. And then I overcut the 9-ball. Oh gosh. Oh well, we'll take the 8. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. And I even felt it. I made one more slight adjustment right before I pulled the trigger, and that ended up overcutting the ball. Had I just sat still, I'd have been fine. Go. Whew. Okie dokie. Illegal break. Do do do. And this time I get the 9-ball down here. Usually the 9-ball should be staying inside of the rack. Let's take ball in hand. Okay, now that the magic rack has actually been moved. Whoa, come on. Oh gosh, did I wipe the feet on the way in on that one? There we go. Okay. So 989. Oh, not 99. So I need to sneak in an 11 to offset that 8. My goodness. I said these collisions are just happening way too often now. Like I said, what's the variable change here? Earlier, I was starting to get the consistent breaks, and then now a variable has changed, and I have to be able to detect what it is. So that I can fix it. Or attempt to fix it. Okay, still got a collision. But we at least satisfied the 3-point rule. I don't like where the 2 ball is at. Because, man. I don't know what's going to be better. Getting this position and worrying about hitting the 6 ball, or trying to get behind the 2 ball. Both are difficult. Because if I get over here, I'd end up hitting the top of the 6, which means my cue ball would go that way. I guess I might as well try to get behind them, which means what? How do I get behind them? To come over here off the side rail. Maybe something like this, maybe, without scratching. Ah. What do you do here? I think this is an instance of shoot hard and hope. So we're going to call this so that way there's no luck involved if this happens. If anything else happens, obviously it's lucky. But I could see how the 2 ball is going to come into this rail here if I cut it to my right. So I'm actually going to see if I can either get it to bank over here or zigzag bank over here with the amount of spins and stuff I'm going to put on the cue ball. Because I'm using bottom left on the cue ball, which is going to transfer top right onto the 2 ball. Nothing. Just bounces off to the left. Oh my goodness. So what does that do? 3, 6, that's only a 2. What does that do to the set? An 83? I was going to say finally, but the 1 ball didn't really behave. I at least satisfied the 3-point rule. Like I said, because the 2 ball didn't collide. But then we have the notorious 5-8 clutter. Anybody that's been following the stream knows all about that 5 ball. Ah, golly. Okay, so I saw something in the chat, and I'll go ahead and experiment with it. That I shouldn't be trying to control break. I should just smash them. All right, so let's do that. So no need to take a break here. But this time we're just going to smash the rack because that was the comment that I saw. So let's see what I can do with this. No more controlled breaking. We just want to make sure that we're satisfying the 3-point rule. So I can almost bet that I'll be going for a bunch of 9s, which is fine. I mean, if I achieve the goal, I achieve the goal. But let's see how this turns out. Okay, 3-point rule satisfied. Position from the 1 to the 2 sucks, but I can still go for an 11 here, which is what I'm going to do. Three to the 5 is tricky. Okay, that was a good shot. Just roll the 5 down for position on the 6. Oh, why'd you get straight in? Okay, there we go. Let's see how often I can get that to happen. What is that? 2, 4, 6, 3 balls on the break. Got to take ball in hand on this one, though. Okay, good rack there. We got a 9. Now I'm getting to the point where all the balls are down here. Makes this somewhat manageable, at least. Question is, do I want to go for an 11? Because I'm not sure if I can get around that 7 ball. Barely. And then of course, get around the 6 ball. Okay, I think I'm going to bump into the 6 here. Nope, I avoided it. Which is fine. We're okay with that. There we go. I think this has been one of the more better starts that I've had all night. Not so much with predictable layouts, but, just relying on my shooting abilities. Oop. Completely random. So this is all luck here that I can actually go for an 11. Oh my gosh. Thought I hit that much harder than that. Ah, that's too funny. That's too funny. Well, Let's see. The track line here for a 2-rail kick shot just really isn't quite there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The question is going to be is whether or not if I'm going to hit that 5 ball. All right. Oh, I don't even hit the ball. So there's a 4. Still get a 90 though. Because really, I think that only puts me 1 point behind with that 4. Because I got the 2 11s, which puts me ahead by 4. Scoring a 4 puts me down by 1 point now. So I have to try to get another 11 if I want to land between 81 through 99. All 9s will not do it. So, no, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's see if a better opportunity comes up. So we'll try to play a little conservative on this one. Whoops. See if the magic Mac moves. And you can see that it does. All right, so we at least stay with a 9 on that one. how many racks do I got left? 4, including this one. Like I said, one of these 4 racks has to be an 11 if I want to achieve my goal. That's what I get. I deserve this. Ah, there we go. Just trying to make sure I avoid the 7. Not the greatest of positions that I got on the 3 ball. And then position to the 5 is going to be... position to the 5 is going to be a problem. There's no way I can feather this ball into the corner pocket and hold position. At least I don't think I can. This is really risky if I try it. See what I mean? I think that pretty much ends the set. 3, 6. That's a 3. Oh, I can still get an 80. Right? I can still get an 80? Well, I can't. An 80 doesn't give you my goal, but at least beats my personal best. So let's try it. And of course, that would really suck to stop 1 point just shy of my goal. So I have to go for it. Okay, get a little lucky. And that'll do it. And I even scratched. 2, 4, 6, 7, that's a 3. So a 72 would have been it. So we can see where even if I try to just break just to satisfy the 3-point rule, that I can end up with some racks that I can run. And then like even the first one that I messed up on, which was rack 6, when I scored the 3, I messed up going from the 1 to the 2. That was really the biggest issue, because when I made that super thin cut shot on the 2 ball and then ran into the 9 and got hooked behind the 8, I mean, that's just unfortunate. The whole point is that I'm not trying to say that breaking hard is not an option. Clearly, it's an option. Make sure you satisfy the 3-point rule. Most likely, take a ball in hand. And try to score a 9. That is clearly the case here. But I'm still practicing to do the 99 to go along with it. And in my opinion, there is no way I'm going to be able to do a 99 if I try breaking like that. That's the main reason for my controlled, consistent break. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, until I eventually figure it all out, because then everything I do in that run out is all skill. In cases like this, where I cannot accurately predict where all of the balls are going to be, let alone making sure that I control my cue ball, then that's just going to be a little bit different. And the runouts, the layouts, no, not the layouts. The results of the break end up being lucky and not skillful. And I'm trying to do everything skillfully, which is the reason why I do the controlled, consistent breaks. Oh, let's see here. What time is it? Oh, it's after midnight here where I'm at. 4 hours in. Well, Stefan Seiler, I mean, you're not wrong. Always taking ball in hand, right? That's if I want to score. If I want to score nothing but nines. So the only thing I'm gambling on with scoring nothing but nines is I have to be able to run basically what's 9 times 8, 72 balls because I'm always going to make the wing ball, right? So that means I'm always going to have at least 8 balls left to run. So I have to be able to run 72 consistently. Something I can clearly do, or at least I feel like I can clearly do if I just want to land on an 81. And that's all well and good. But I have to account that I'm not perfect. Like there's going to be times where I'm just not going to be able to run 72 balls in a row. And that's the reason for wanting to at least put an 11 somewhere in my scores every once in a while to have a buffer to account for that mess up. I mean, otherwise, like I would have been done with this goal a long time ago. I would think if I were to actually to do that. If I were to just make sure that I just smash the rack and then try to be able to score an 81 through 99, score an 81, provided that nothing clutters up. We've already seen instances where during my break something can clutter up, and that's not what I want to happen. But you know what, guys? I am still motivated. So what I have to do is I have to switch microphones. So give me just a second here. The audio is actually going to cut out. And I have to go get my other microphone and put batteries in it and then switch the audios. So I will be right back while I change the microphones. And actually, while I wait, I'm just going to give you some more intro music. So give me just a second. Okay, so this is a different microphone. This one's USB. Can y'all tell me how do I sound? Like, do I sound any different, better, same, worse? or whatever, but because the other one actually plugs into the auxiliary port and works via Bluetooth. This one here is a little bit different. This is the one that I used to use with my MacBook Pro, which has a transmitter and a receiver that plug in via USB. So how do I sound with this one? How many of y'all do I have left? I have 40 of y'all still left in here. That is awesome. You guys are some real troopers to sit here and, and watch me struggle playing the Ghost. I sound quiet. I don't think I have any filters on, and I don't. I can obviously turn the mic up a little bit, but I don't want to be blasting y'all in your ears. I sound natural. That's basically what I want, is to sound natural. So that's good. So I'll go ahead and increase the volume just a little bit more. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, so I've got a toss up between quiet and natural. So obviously this is just a little bit different. But as long as you can still understand me, I mean that's obviously going to be the biggest thing there. A little quiet. Okay, so the only thing I could try to do there, let me. We'll try that. I'm not sure how much louder that makes me, because I can see here I'm hitting the yellow when I look at my sound bar. Now what I don't want to happen is to peak into the red. So I only can imagine what this might sound like when I break. But if I'm quiet and understandable, then that's at least going to be good there. Ooh, you guys play us this week, Wayne? Does that mean I'm going to get to play you this coming Wednesday? You know I'll be looking forward to that. But so with this microphone, it's notorious for getting a little crackly once I get over by the breaking end of the table. That's at least what it's has had before. Okay, so the question is going to be is whether or not if we're still hard braking and satisfying the 3-point rule, or if we're going to go back to controlled braking. I guess we'll stick with hard braking. Okay, so much for that. I guess we'll just try to start with a 9 on the first set. Don't really like where the 5 ball ended up. Trying to think what to do here. And that was pretty much dumb, what I just did. Golly. you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me on that one. Got the position and everything, just bobbled the ball. And then can you only imagine if I had 4 1/4 pockets instead of 4 1/2? I really would have missed that shot. If I had 4 1/4. Okay, there we go. Had to really kill the cue ball with a lot of inside English just to hold position for the 3. Oh, the cue ball was supposed to stun, and it ends up following it. That's terrible. Let's see, what are my options? Looks like my only option is to one rail kick this, and I have to do this left-handed because I can't reach. Yeah, I'm betting I'm just going to end up missing the whole ball on this one here. And you would bet correctly. Oh, golly. Let's start over on that one. I don't know how many sets I have left in me. Actually, I'm not even tired. I actually thought I'd be exhausted by now, but I feel pretty motivated. It's definitely like the title of my live stream, 81 through 99, or else. Like I just have to do it. And if the 2 ball would have got past the point, we would have been just fine. Again, the 2 ball doesn't pass the point. You can see we have position on the 1 in the side. Because you can see I moved the cue ball away just a little bit, and I'm at least getting the 2 ball to come down a little bit further now, but it's just not making it past the side pocket. Consistency. So I'm always trying new stuff. There we go, because now the 2 and the 7 are going to come down here. Oh, goodness gracious. This is the point where I'm waiting to get a good score before I actually start the set off as I try to redial in the brake. And I'm only wondering if I discovered something. But I need to do a couple more breaks to see if it's true. Well, maybe not. The moment I think I found something, then something like this happens and everything still goes completely wrong. Lucky flick off the 5 there. Stay out in the open, though. Don't get hooked behind the 8. Ah! Sheesh. Just making one hard shot after another right now. Oh, and then I missed that. So I'm just not liking the way this is going right now. Maybe I am fatigued and my adrenaline is just rushing right now. Because you know what I used to be able to do is I actually used to be able to hit rather softly and still be able to satisfy the 3-point rule. Let's see if I can, but it's obviously not reliable. See, like that right there, and all because of that 2 ball. If that 2 ball collides, then there's just no way that I'm going to satisfy the 3-point rule, like at all. Like that. That was an almost. These two didn't make it. So now when I take that into consideration, I got to think to myself, well, how much harder do I have to hit it just to get the 1 and the 2 to pass by? And that's pretty much how I came up with my consistent break, to where I broke it down that hard and then just kept piecing together the amount of power that I need to have, and so that way I can get this consistent break. But then as time goes by, when I start playing different games like 8-ball or for League or something, I clearly have to break differently in those environments because we don't have template racks. And so then my muscle memory changes from there. And then when I come back and try to do this again, it's like I have to rebuild it back up. So y'all get to see me rebuild this back up. Like, this will work. I made 2 balls on the break, and the 6 ball made it. It's just that the 2 ball ended up in a funny spot. Gosh, I should have followed it. I knew better than that. And a little love from the magic rack. And this is where everybody's going to say, well, the magic rack helped you out. Otherwise, you'd have a harder cut shot. But sometimes the roll is good, sometimes the roll is bad. But you know what? I think we're going to make this the last set, though, because that took an awful long time to start. And I'll chit-chat with y'all for a brief moment afterwards and then call it a night. So hopefully this is it. We'll see. Otherwise, we'll be doing it again. Nope, 1 ball did not make it. So yeah, if I get a 0, I get a 0. We're moving on. We're gonna finish this one. We're gonna go all the way to 9 on this one. And if I get a 0, I get a 0. Okay, there we go. Do I want to try to run into the 2 ball, or should I just take ball in hand? 5 balls in a bit of a tricky spot. Yeah, let's just take ball in hand. Eight ball's coming into play. Ah ha ha! I wanted to get some sort of a back cut shot on the 8 ball. Or I'm on the 5 ball, but I hit it too hard. That's what I was afraid of doing earlier when I was trying to jump over the 9 ball to make the 8 in the corner. I don't know if y'all remember that set that I had there. It was essentially doing something like that. That's a 4. Yeah, that's what I was worried about doing earlier, where I would just completely hop over the ball, and then because the 8 ball was so close to the pocket, the cue ball would have just fell off the table. But that should have shown y'all that really, like, it doesn't really take a whole lot of power to get the cue ball to leave the table for jump shots like that. I hit the ball a little too hard. I probably could have maybe added, I don't know, a little bit more elevation, or hit a little bit softer. Like there's a few ways I could have corrected that shot. Hit this a little bit harder, because it looks like I'm starting to get the 2 ball back down here again, but the 1 ball isn't making it. So if I can do the same thing, but hit a little bit harder. At this rate, I may go live again on Monday instead of waiting a week, because I really want to put this goal to rest, and I feel like I just gotta start hammering this out now until I get it. And that's a 0 because the 1 didn't make it. So, like I said, we're gonna keep going. I think that almost ruins the entire set. Yeah, I have to score nothing but 11s now. The only difference is on Monday I can't stream this long because I have to work the next morning. So Monday's stream might start a little bit earlier. See, there we go again, not satisfying the 3-point rule. And I'm hitting slightly harder and harder every time. That way I can still maintain control of the break. But obviously by Monday, I'm going to have the balls cleaned and the table cleaned and stuff, and just to eliminate that variable. From the results that I'm getting off of the break here. So much for an 81, because I have to go for a 9 now. Very pretty shot. I like executing the high inside 3-railer now. Oh, and I undercut that ball. Okay, decent break. I saw the 8-ball fall in here as well. And when I see stuff like that, like I said, that's the luck factor that I'm talking about. So we're gonna go ahead and go for this, because this is what it would be like if I was trying to go for a 99. And look at that. I can overcut that ball. So as many times as y'all saw me reset for tonight, for whether it was a particular pattern rack or whatever, can y'all imagine trying to watch me go for a 99 and how many resets I'd end up doing? Regardless of which style I break, whether I'm just hard breaking to satisfy the 3-point rule, or if I'm controlled breaking to make sure that I increase my chances of having a shot on the 1 ball. See, if I get that gentle flick off of the from the 2 to the 6, then that'll be helpful. Oh. Because right now with the breaks that I'm getting, if I would have gotten these earlier, then that's when I would play a little bit more conservatively and try to, mingle the 9s and 11s together. But I guess right now, like, this is like my last minute study on what has been wrong with my breaks the entire night, that towards the end of the night, I finally start to get the spread patterns that I'm looking for. And that's regardless of whatever the pattern rack is. See, and then something completely different happens. Like I said, y'all have seen consistency. You've seen a consistency where the 2-ball collides with an opposing ball that where I don't satisfy the 3-point rule. Then you've seen a consistency where the 2-ball flicks off of the 6-ball and it ends down there with the 1, 7, and the 2, which is pretty much what I'm looking for. So the variables that I have to try to account for is whether or not, if it's the cleanliness of my table or the cleanliness of the balls, how I'm actually hitting the 1 ball, where I'm actually hitting on the cue ball, and how much power I'm putting into the break. Right? Because if if collisions occur, we just get something completely different. Even though I just made 4 balls on the break. And I banked that one wide. But this is how I practice, especially if I'm trying to do an actual 99. I think the best that I've ever done at the very, very beginning is like, I think I've done like 4 11s in a row at the very beginning. I think I have that on stream somewhere, actually. I think within the first 5 racks, I don't remember. Within the first 5 racks, I had like 9s and 11s, and I cannot remember what the total was. How many racks do I got? 2? All right. Well, so much for that. And see, that's another alternative. If I know that the 2 ball is in the back of the rack, or if the 2 ball is the opposite wing ball, or maybe if the 2 ball is on my right side of the 9 ball, then I could possibly try to go for making the 1 ball into the side pocket, because I have a pretty good idea of where the 2 ball is going to end up, and attempt to play position for that. Didn't really want to get straight in like this. Oh, especially if I miscue. Ah, rats. Okay, everybody, last rack. And then I'm going to call it a night. But like I said, I'm still highly motivated by this. I'm probably going to go live again on Monday and give this another try. See if I can put this bad boy to rest. I can give you all a little spoiler for those that have stayed this late with me. I have another attachment that I'm going to try where I can mount the Ordro better on my cue, down the shaft of my cue. So I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like, but it won't be flat on the cue. So what I'm hoping is that the shutter doesn't occur as badly as it did when it was actually rubber banded to the shaft of my cue. Yeah. All right, let's at least try to run the last rack out. That's the least I can do, or at least try to do. Or not. Oh my gosh. That's definitely a good indication that I am tired. And I'm just being stubborn right now, and I really want to just complete this goal. Don't get straight in. It's a good zigzag shot, but man. All right, not exactly a successful 9 on that one. Oh, my goodness. But we at least played the 9 racks. How many of y'all stuck with me to the end? I still see that I have 39 of y'all in here. You are all fantabulous. But man, I was not able to achieve my goal tonight. I mean, I could really be stubborn and just keep going at it, but I can honestly say that I probably should at least take a break. But I will definitely try to come back at this on Monday, so I can try to put this to rest. Whew. Jack, why am I still playing at 1 in the morning? Because I'm a stubborn individual that really just wants to try to achieve the goal of scoring between 81 through 99. That's why. That is the main reason. Rich Daigle, not related to your session, but I want to thank you. Over the pandemic, I've watched a lot of your content, and it's improved my game to a level I've never been. So thank you. Well, that's amazing, Rich. I mean, that's basically the main reason why I do what I do here, and it's all for free. You know, there are some YouTubers or other good pool players or whatever that try to make a living off of doing instructional stuff, and more power to them. I mean, everybody's got to do whatever they got to do to make a living. But like I said, I make a living developing software, so I get to do this stuff for free. You know, so whatever I'm able to do on top of whatever other instructors out there are able to do to help improve people's games, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's what we're here for. And so if my content has been able to do that for you, that's fantastic. Russian Crush Gaming, I hope you're still in the live stream. Where have you been? We haven't seen you in Discord in forever, man. Robert Tucker, your autocorrect is killing you. Yeah, like I said, I'm aware of my one ball. Like I said, I have to just try to make sure that it goes above the side pocket and with the right amount of power. And like I said, I'm just not entirely sure what the variable is tonight that basically just didn't allow my brakes to cooperate. You can check almost a lot of different other live streams. You can check on Bang Time Pool's channel where everything does exactly what I want it to do. And I'm able to score 11s appropriately. It doesn't happen all the time, right? Because I just haven't, quite perfected it. But I should be able to get it more times than not, especially with the amount of times that I got it tonight here. It just wasn't really on par, so I'm not entirely sure. So for Monday's live stream that I am guaranteeing that I'm going to go live on Monday. I'm going to make sure that I clean my table, sweep it, vacuum it, wipe it down, whatnot, make sure the balls are nice and polished and stuff. So that way the equipment variable is out of the question. And the rest of the variables is going to be completely on me. So either I'm not going to be breaking good or I'm not going to be shooting good. And we'll see what happens on Monday. Program you a stick that doesn't miss? That already exists. I didn't make it. Let me see if I can find it. That has actually gone viral. Let's see here. Yes, I think this is the video. It's got 12 million views in 3 months. My goodness, I wish I could get another viral video like this. Copy link address. Let me drop this in the chat. Go check this video out right here. This engineer literally developed a pool stick that doesn't miss. So it's fantastic to see what you could do with programming, machinery, technology, et cetera, et cetera. But it's fan-freaking-tastic. Like I said, it's a viral video. It's got 12 million views in 3 months. Oh man! But the ingenuity behind what this guy was able to develop is just fan-freaking-tastic. Be sure to go check this video out. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay, Rich, so your biggest difficulty was the tangent line, but watching my matches as well as my coaching has helped greatly. The biggest problem right now is my 8 ball break. When you say 8 ball break, are you trying to make the 8 ball on the break, or do you just want a consistent spread? Right? Because doing a what's referred to as a golden break, where you make the money ball on the break. So an 8 ball would be 8 ball, 9 ball would be 9 ball, and 10 ball would be 10 ball. Um, the probabilities of consistently doing that are just super low, right? So you really ought to focus on trying to break and run racks. So you want to increase the probability of you being able to drop a ball on the break, which there are particular ways to break an 8 ball, just like there are particular ways to break a 9 ball and even 10 ball, to increase the chances of you making a ball on the break. But then you have to have a controlled break on top of that to have an idea of where the cue ball is going to end up, and then have an idea of where the balls are going to be, so that way you can already plan a run out before you even break, so long as everything goes together. Nick Radosevich, I hope I said that correctly. You've also learned a lot from watching my stuff. I mean, like, nothing makes me happier than seeing this from everybody. Is like that to me. That's what it's all about. Billiard skill 5, Mike Morrow. You've been having trouble breaking lately. I mean, what's the issue? What are you breaking? Are you breaking 9 ball or are you breaking 8 ball? Like, what's the issue that you're having? Consistently making a ball and having a good spread, as well as not ending up on the rail with my cue ball. So if you're ending up, it depends on what type of break that you're using. There's like 3 different styles of breaking that you'll see on my channel, right? There's the 2 ways of breaking an 8 ball rack, which one I refer to as the classic breaking, where I'm 1 diamond away from the side rail, 2 diamonds up, and I strike and I do a cut break on the 1 ball because I'm trying to make it into the side pocket, and I basically try to draw the cue ball over to the side rail and spin back towards the center of the table. The 1 ball is the most consistent ball that I do tend to go for, though I have been able to drop the balls that are in the second row or drop the corner balls. So there's 5 predictable balls that you can have on the 8 ball break that you can do there, and that's pretty much a 33% chance at making a ball on the break, which is good. Like, I think that's a good percentage to actually have. But then as long as you have the cue ball in the center of the table, and you have a decent spread, which usually the classic break does allow you to have a decent spread, then you should have a good probability of being able to run the table. But lately, I've been doing more of a head-on hit with the classic break instead of a cut break, which eliminates the possibility of making the 1 ball in the side pocket, because the straighter you hit the head ball, then the more it just basically comes down towards the corner pockets instead of heading towards the side pockets. But since I do it that way, I'm betting more on making the balls that are in the second row or making the corner balls. So now I've dropped from 5 balls down to 4 balls. But the probability of those balls dropping has gone up, on top of maybe lucking an odd ball in. And the spreads are a little bit better, and my cue ball is either near the center of the table or closer to the head string. And that has also increased my probabilities of running out. So, like, those are the things that you'd want to basically try to play for. If you see that your cue ball is ending up on the rail, then you're cutting the head ball. There's no other way for the cue ball to head towards a rail unless you're cutting the head ball from the center line of aim that you start from. If you're breaking off at from either the left or the right of the middle of the table, you could still head straight into the 1 ball, and that would be considered a head-on break. It's just that the transfer of energy throughout the rack is just differently, if instead of coming perfectly straight on from the middle diamond of the table. Right? So if you're breaking, off to the left or the right from center, that's fine. But if your cue ball is still ending up on the left rail or the right rail, then you're not hitting down the line of center from where your cue ball starts. You're hitting slightly to the left or you're hitting slightly to the right. Those are the things that you have to pay attention to when it comes to your cue ball not ending up exactly where you think it should end up off of the break. So try to be mindful of that. If you break on the left, if you break to the left of center, for example, like the classic break, 1 diamond from the side rail and 2 diamonds up, but on your left side. If the cue ball ends up on the left side rail, then you did not hit the head ball in the center from that approach angle. You hit slightly to the left. You're basically cutting the one ball to your right, which means your cue ball has to go to the left, which is why it ends up on the left side rail. If you're breaking on the left side and your cue ball ends up to the right side rail, then you're aiming too far, or you're aiming off to the right of the center of your approach angle, and that's what's going to end up over there. But if you end up smacking it right smack dab in the middle, then the cue ball should almost just come back towards the middle of the table. I mean, we're talking millimeters of an adjustment here. Like, you can hit slightly off to the right of center by like 1 millimeter if you're breaking from the left side, because then that's what's going to drag the cue ball basically right into the middle of the side pockets, one or the other. Let's see, Alchemanswer Pro Morpheus. You've been enjoying and learning a lot from my videos, and for a couple of months, you're glad you finally caught a live stream. So am I. I'm always happy to see new people in here. We'll try to be here on Monday. You're an excellent teacher, and keep up everything you do. Thank you so much for the compliment. And like I said, I'll see you on Monday if you show up. Let's see, Rich, you break 1 and 2 balls off center, hitting head on with about a tip of top. Is that proper? A tip of top spin? That's probably too much. You want to make sure that the cue ball picks up about maybe, I don't know, like 1 or 1.5 revolutions before it actually strikes the rack. Because if it manages to pick up more revolutions than that, then what's going to happen is the cue ball is just going to push its way through the rack. If that has happened to you. And when it pushes its way through the rack, then chances are it collides with another ball. And that's another reason why it would end up going off to one side. You only want to put like 1/4 of a tip to maybe 1/2 of a tip above center if you're doing a head-on hit, regardless of what approach angle that you have, because you want the weight of the rack to push the cue ball back, and then that little bit of topspin that you have to fight back, that's what's going to cause the cue ball to halt in the middle of the table, or at least come close to the middle of the table. Robert Tucker, thank you so much for being here, man. I really do appreciate it. You have yourself a good night. Trash Panda Gaming XX, how you doing? You pretty much jumped in right at the end of my stream. I'm just doing a quick bit of chit-chatting with the reviewers that hung out with me this long, but I'm pretty much about to call it a night. I will be back on Monday though. So yeah, I hope, Rich, that the stuff that I talked about tonight is helpful. Like I said, go back and watch. Where do I do it? I think some of my Ghost 8-ball. I have a match where I'm playing the Ghost in 8-ball. You might want to check that out, because I don't think I've done it on any other time where I'm breaking. I'm not doing the classic break. But at least, or at least some of my APA matches where you can see where I'm doing the classic break there and seeing how I'm trying to actually get the cue ball to squat near the center of the table. Have I seen any of the pros moving to my 9-ball break after seeing your control of the spread? I don't know. And it wouldn't bother me if they did or if they didn't. I mean, the pros are pros because of what they do and the way that they study the rack. If you watched the Cue It Up Network's Battle of the Sexes, where the women were playing 9-ball and the men were playing 10-ball, you can see where some of the women actually would perform the break and get the results that I showed in my 9-ball breaking, in my master breaking the 9-ball rack video. Doesn't mean they got it off of me. That's certainly not what I'm trying to insinuate here, but the purpose of all of that was to show everybody else that, like, the 9-ball rack is solvable. Like, you can literally know pretty much where every ball is going to be when you study it as hard as I have. After that, it's just about reproducing things and then just going from there. And the only reason why I'm able to predict where all 9 balls go is when I'm using a template rack. If I don't use a template rack like in League, I'm not going to get the results that I get here on my table, but I get close. I mean, I get relatively close. But in League, I'm hitting the rack a little bit harder because we're just using a regular rack. There's going to be gaps in the rack and stuff, so I can't use a straight-up controlled break like I do on my home table using a some form of a template rack. It's just not the same thing. But at the very least, I study how the rack works under perfect conditions, so that way I know how it's actually supposed to behave when everything is done appropriately. Is everything done appropriately when I go out to my local pool hall? No, but that's where I try to make sure that I adjust to the different types of results that I get. And, you know, does that mean all my adjustments always work? No, because I'm not always going to get a consistent rack. The way a rack breaks on one rack is not going to be the way the rack breaks on another rack, because the gaps are going to be different, et cetera, et cetera. But I at least still have an idea of what I'm trying to do. And that's why I said that at least in the League environment, that the head ball is the most controlled ball that you can actually try to drop on the break. So usually in League, I'm trying to make the one ball on the break, whether I'm playing 8 ball or 9 ball. And then, of course, I'm hitting a little bit harder, which means I'm bound to luck another ball in. But I am still always trying to control the cue ball. I am trying to get the cue ball to land somewhere near the middle of the table, regardless of what the spread is. Because at least from the center of the table, I have almost complete control of the table and either can try to run out or play some sort of a defensive shot. Hey, Bob Cannon. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Like I said, you pretty much caught the tail end of my stream, so maybe you can, go back and watch some of what I'll end up doing most likely tomorrow, because I'm not going to do it tonight because it's just way too late. I usually go back into my live stream and timestamp everything, so that way you can jump around different areas of the stream, so you know where each of my sets begin. And then where each set that I talk to the viewers and particular topics that I talk. So it makes it a little bit more manageable watching the live stream, because I don't expect anybody to sit on their phone and watch a 5-hour and 42-minute live stream. Like, that's just ridiculous. But if I at least give you timestamps of where you can jump around, that hopefully allows things to be a little bit more manageable. But yeah, it looks like the chat has died itself down. I still have 31 of y'all here with me, so that is just fan-freaking-tastic. I really appreciate everybody that stops by and watches the stream for a brief moment. It's just satisfying to know that you guys and gals take time out of your day to watch me struggle playing the 9-ball Ghost. Hopefully here one day I'll be able to achieve the goal, and then we can hopefully start moving on to something else. But yeah, so I'm pretty much going to call it a night. Everybody else, y'all have a wonderful night and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Obviously, give me a thumbs up on this live stream. Don't forget to subscribe if you're not a subscriber. Be sure to click the bell icon to be notified whenever I do go live or publish a new video. And until next time,